Yeah, let's go. Let's freaking go. Hello everyone and welcome to today's portfolio review. You guys know love this series. I love this series. I love seeing portfolios from all over the world. That's the thing that impresses me, the fact that we can see the skills and the abilities from people from the United States, Mexico, Ukraine, Russia, India, China, Singapore, London, everywhere. We can see stuff from all over the world, and right now we just care about art. We just cared about making amazing things, so let's go for it, okay? Now, there's a couple of things that we're going to be doing today. First of all, as I mentioned, these submissions are already closed. Therefore, there's not going to be an option to submit anymore. We're going to start with one portfolio here that got sent to me via Instagram because there's no access to the Discord for this particular student or artist. Don't worry, I'm going to just go over it and then we'll jump into the Discord channel, okay? But remember, the way to submit is through Discord channel. I'm making a little exception right now. So we're gonna be going over them, and one of the very important things that I want to make super clear, guys, I'm gonna be a little bit more, punctual about things. I always try to be as empathetic as possible with everyone's level. We're gonna see really good portfolios. We're gonna see portfolios from people that are just starting their 3D journey, and I'm gonna try to criticize based on the level that I see. Every single feedback I give, every single critique I give is with the sole purpose of helping you improve. That's pretty much it. That doesn't mean I know everything about the 3D world. That doesn't mean I'm like a huge entity that just knows every single in and out of the production pipeline. But I've been doing this for a long time, and I hope that my feedback and my opinion can help you improve your work. There's gonna be some works that I'm gonna be like, hey, this is perfect. Like, I don't even know what to improve, and there's some of them that I might be able to pinpoint a lot of stuff. Okay. So once more, how can I? There we go, Dankry. Dankry, you get the honorary mention of the first person who asks that question. The portfolio review is closed, my friend. I'm sorry. I apologize. We can't just let everyone start submitting portfolios, especially during the live stream, because it's very distracting. But we're gonna have a new portfolio review every single month. So next month on September, it's gonna be open. Make sure to join our Discord channel. You submit there on the Discord channel, and that's where we check them out. Okay? Don't worry, it's fine. I'm gonna be answering that question a lot of times, so I'm already used to it. Let's go. Let's freaking go, guys. And here we go. We're gonna start with Anna A from London, UK, and she sent me this portfolio right here. And yeah, let's just take a look. So from what I can tell, Anna, the first thing that I notice is that you are going for the character artist position. How can I know this, or how do I know this? Well, because we have 3 characters here on your element. The first thing I notice, and this is something that I've been noticing quite a bit in the last couple of years, is that people don't use super intense lights on their renders. We're trying to go for this sort of very dark, very moody look, and I think this is faults of Hollywood, because a lot of movies nowadays are very flat, I would say. I personally prefer to have a little bit more of a stronger light. That would be my first advice, because stronger images, especially on a phone, when you don't have the brightness all the way up, they look a little bit better. If people are just scrolling or just watching your stuff and it's a little bit dark, it might not look as interesting. Anatomy on the face is fine. The suit looks good. I would like to see a full character here, Anna. I think that would be really important. I'm not sure if you did a full character, if this just is sculpt. I can see here that you did use Substance Painter, so I'm guessing there's some UVs involved. Again, the suit doesn't look too bad, but at first I thought it was some sort of like a racing suit, like a Formula 1. Now that I see the icons and it says something about space, it doesn't read a lot of like a space girl, to be honest. Maybe like a little bit steampunky, but it's a little bit of a weird mixture between the steampunks and the sort of like retro spacesuit. Now, one thing that is very important is the hair. So whenever we're doing hair, guys, hair is very tricky, because if you don't do it right, it's very obvious that's wrong. Like there's a lot of things in the 3D world that you can sort of like get away if you don't do it like perfectly right. Hair is not one of them. And for instance, this line right here, that's super clean, that's not something that you want on the hair. So even if you're doing sculpted hair, you always want to sculpt it in such a way that it goes a little bit into the line, so you break the silhouette a little bit, okay? that's going to give you something that looks a little bit more interesting, especially for instance this one right here. You see this a lot in games like Fortnite, League of Legends, all of this sort of like hand sculpted games or hand painted games. They will always play with the silhouette. Even here on the outside, you might want to add a couple of like flyaways, they're called, which is the hairs that just get separated a little bit from the rest of the element, and those flyaways really help break up the silhouette of the character. So that would be my first advice here for this particular piece. Like, work a little bit more on the hair because it looks very sculpted, which I understand, but then the skin looks very realistic. So that sort of like mix and match between sculpted hair, which is a little bit more cartoony and stylized, to this realistic skin tone, it's a little bit weird, okay? So that's the first one. This one I really like. The composition looks very cool. I like this sort of like headless knight or something, very Elden Ring. It has a lot of Elden Ring vibes. There's a couple of anatomy issues here. When you're sculpting any type of like forms, remember that one of the things that we want to see, Anna, is a very nice sort of like division and transition from the different planes of the character. So for instance, here we have the nasolabial fold, and it's important that we add the form so that we really see that nasolabial fold sort of like showing. There's a very important sort of like a line right here beneath the eye that we also need to add, and it's just a matter of practice. Like, I can see that this is just, it kind of looks like just ZBrush and a little bit of poly paint, to be honest, but there are things here that definitely need to be improved. Same for the hair. I'm not sure if these are hair cards. It kind of looks like a mix between hair cards or fiber mesh and some like sculpted elements. We gotta be careful there, because remember that people will always judge you based on the best artwork that you have. So right now, if you did a really like nice sculpted hair over here, then it's expected that this one also has that sort of stuff, okay? So be careful there. For the suit is fine. I do feel again that the render is a little bit on the dark side and the textures might need a little bit more work. Again, it's weird because I really like the character here. I don't love the head, to be honest. Like, the cut right here, it looks very weird. Like, I would not expect a severed head to have that cut. And you might need to look into some gruesome stuff. Unfortunately, I had a teacher who specialized in horror stuff, and he had like folders filled with like gore and murder scenes and things like that. And he said like, hey, I don't like seeing that, but if you want to do something that looks realistic, you gotta sample and you gotta reference all that stuff. A little bit heavy on the topology. Like, this is way too much on the arms and on the legs compared to some of the other parts, and you don't really need them. And then we see the shield where it's very low poly. So remember, I had a very famous short this week about that, or last week I think, about how to properly balance out the retopology. Another bust, again, busts are fine, but it's way better if you can do the full character. This does look like you use hair cards, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, there you go. You use fiber shop. That's nice. Yeah, this hair looks way better. So my advice for you, Anna, is to try and do a full character. If you're going to do it for games, then we need to see wireframes, we need to see the maps, we need to see the texel resolution. And if you're going to do it for cinematics, then we need to see really strong renders, okay? So yeah, that's it. That's how we kick off today's portfolio review, my friends. Let's see. Let me check some messages here. Hitesh Mundana, yes, Hitesh, I think I might remember you. I think I might. We've had so many portfolio reviews, so I apologize if I forgot some of you guys. Let's see. The black clones, let's go. Okay, so there was a question a couple of minutes ago from Mighty Tofu, who said, what happens if I want to find if I find a very cool piece but I can't find the artist? To be honest, as long as you're doing it as a non-commercial endeavor, right, like just for your portfolio to show off, you're fine, right? Like, it's like the odds of that artist contacting you and suing you and doing like a bunch of legal stuff are very low. The worst thing that could happen, and it has happened to a couple of my students, is the artist reaching out and telling them, hey, I don't like the execution, or I don't like how you did it, or I just simply don't like that you took my concept, please don't show it. In those cases, what you can do, just remove it from your portfolio, but keep it on a private, separate sort of like portfolio that you only share with specific people, and that way you're not sort of like announcing it to the world. People do this all the time as well with NDA projects. They'll have like a private site or website that they can put in work, and they only show that work to potential recruiters by, again, making them agree to a very simple sort of like NDA so that they don't go out and show that information. Again, I've in my 13 years of experiences, I think I've only had like 2 or 3 situations with hundreds of students. So only 2 or 3 situations where the artist contacted them and they were like, no, I don't want you to show my work in 3D or something. And it's a little bit odd, to be honest. Like, that doesn't really happen. I would say 99% of the artists don't care. Like, they actually like when their stuff is featured. Always credit them if you can. And if you can't, what's going to happen or might happen is you post it online, it gets famous, it goes viral or whatever, and the artist will find out and they'll tell you, hey, could you please credit me or whatever? And then you can explain, yeah, sorry, I tried looking for you. I couldn't find your, like, the source, but I will definitely credit you, and that's it. So, yeah, exactly. No, the thing that you will do is, in case you don't even know who the artist is. Like, right now I'm working on a personal project, and it's from a Chinese student. I don't know how to read that name. I tried translating it, but since it's, like, in this weird, like, calligraphy style, it's not possible. So maybe if it gets famous, I'll get a contact or a message from that guy, and I of course will feature him on the credits or whatever of the element. Okay, so let's go now to the August portfolio review, and we're gonna start. Whew, it's gonna be a long one, guys, so bear with me. Now, as I've mentioned before, I'm gonna try to give everyone as much time as I can, but it's probably gonna be like 5 minutes per portfolio. Otherwise, it's gonna be difficult to cover everyone. And if I see certain levels, I might just like repeat a couple of things and just go from there. Okay? If you're on the chat, like be attentive to the chat, because I'm gonna like name you, and if you're here, it's easier for me to give you a specific feedback. Okay? So this is Kunal Kapoor, says, I'm a 3D character artist and my goal and focus is to do freelance work or to work for big projects as full-time, but I'm not getting good response though. I know market's in a turmoil now, but my portfolio also gets rejected. So what does my portfolio look like to you? Is it good or bad for a 3D game character artist? What should I work more? I do love to create stylized art instead of realistic. Okay, so yes, the 3D environment, the 3D industry right now is going through a little bit of what's the word? Some of those portfolios are, or sorry, the industry is a little bit on a turmoil, but it's getting better. Especially this last couple of months, I've seen like a rays of hope. So make sure to keep your portfolio like up to the level, because opportunities will start happening a little bit more and more. Okay, so first thing I see, my friend, is I see incompleted work. What do I mean by incompleted work? This guy's right here. So all of these guys are just screenshots from ZBrush. And if there's one thing I personally hate seeing in any 3D portfolio, are screenshots from ZBrush. Why? Because they're lazy. Even though this is a good one, like I love Dragon Ball as much as the next guy, but even though it's a good sculpt, just the fact that it's a ZBrush like screenshot just makes it lazy, right? It just makes it like, it makes me think that you just want to have a quick portfolio piece. And I can see that you do know how to render, like this one is nicely rendered. And it could be just like a ZBrush screenshot as well, but just the fact that you add the background and you add some of the other things, that makes it look a little bit more interesting, a little bit more refined. So definitely try to take all of these guys and give them at least a clay render instead of Blender or instead of Maya, and that's going to give you a better presentation for the whole thing. This one looks very good. Okay, here's a quick tip for you, Kunal, and this is of course for everyone. If you have a really cool thumbnail, like this one right here, which is the shaded element, you don't want the first piece on your like on the main post to be something that's not your main thumbnail. Okay, always open with the strong piece. So in this case, just switch this around. Like, I don't mind seeing the vase color. That's actually a really good way to showcase your texture work. But I want to see this. This is why I clicked on the thumbnail. So if I click on the thumbnail expecting to see this, and the first thing I see is this, you get sort of like a small negative reaction right there. This is good. I really like it. It's a very nice sort of like a blacksmith like apron or something. Okay, nice. It's a little bit on the heavy side though. 25,000 triangles for, I mean, it has a lot of props and changes in silhouette, so it might be justified, to be honest. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. Like for a AAA game, it's totally fine. Okay, here's the reference. Nice. Why not do the whole character though? I would just do the full character, man. I mean, you already have the apron, so just finish the character would be my advice for this piece. I know that you mentioned that you don't want to do realistic, so that might be the case. It's weird, man, because you have some really cool, clean stuff, like this one right here. Like, this one's good. Cain Velasquez. I know this guy. Isn't he Mexican? It's not bad. Like, it's a good approximation, I would say, to the reference. So you can definitely see the character in it. But then you have this. And this is not good. Like, the face of this character is not good. The armor and the pants are fine. But this is not I don't like it. So it makes me question, because this was done last week, Kunal, and this was done 3 years ago. So my question is, why is your skill sort of like declining? Why are you showing us stuff that's not as good as the stuff you did back here? Even this one right here, you did this 2 years ago. That was an amazing, again, apron and stuff. And then you showed this little guy right here, which I understand it's stylized, but even as a stylized character, like the presentation, everything, it just like feels weird. So I don't think you have an issue with the skill set, because at least on this skill set that I see on the lower characters right here, you seem to know how to do things. It's more about the presentation and the projects that you're picking. If you want to do stylized art, go and do a stylized art, but you need to reference things like World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Valorant, all of this like stylized games, and that needs to be shown here in your portfolio, okay? Hope that helps. Harsh Kapoor says, I'm a 3D artist and I'm still learning, but my problem is how to make my portfolio stand out and make it look more professional. Okay, so the first thing you need to do, Harsh, to make your portfolio look more professional is get rid of any of the things that are not professional, okay? I know that sounds very weird and very abstract, but I'm gonna explain why. Again, very simple. I've seen this one before, though. I think this is from a tutorial. Again, this is a very interesting thing, because you have really good stuff down here, and then the stuff up here is not up to the level. So this one right here, I don't like it. I just don't like it. And I'm a huge Pokemon fan, don't get me wrong, but it's just the fact that this is, and you even say it here, it's a Pokemon that I did in my free time. It's a high poly sculpt. Okay, cool, but why are we showing this in our portfolio? It doesn't make sense to have this thing right here when you have something like this thing right here. This is a good project, stylized house. It's a little bit on the saturated side, depending on how you go. Metal edge were everywhere, which of course you should avoid. In this kind of projects, one of the very important things is to see the... no, dude. Give me 1 second, because I'm gonna show you something. Okay, one very important thing to show in this ones is the bakes, my friend, like the wireframe. We need to see the wireframe to see how heavy this thing is. Be very careful with this kind of stuff, man. Like, this things right here, those lines, I know you did with the Damien Standard. Like, that's how you did it. There's no questions about it. And when I see this thing right here, it just tells me that you were a little bit lazy again. Like, this is not how big the fibers on a wood door are going to be. This is not how you describe it. So if you want to do a stylized wood, you need to look for a stylized wood sculpt. And you're gonna find multiple references of how it should look. It should look more like this. It should look more like this. It should look more like this, okay? So these are, again, the industry stuff. Like, this is from Wayfinder. Someone was mentioning it, I think, a couple of minutes ago. So this is our bar. If your stuff, like if you set this thing, right? And then you check your stuff. This is one of the exercises that everyone should be able to do, guys. You need to be able to place two elements side by side and have the ability. We covered this on last week's video, so go and check it if you haven't seen it, which is, well, not right now because we're in the stream, right? But go and check it if you haven't seen it. But you should be able to be like, okay, what is this guy doing on this door that makes it look so awesome compared to my door? And I'm gonna show you like just 3 things that I see right out of the gate. So one thing that they're doing here is that the silhouette of the element is not straight. Like right now here, you have this straight silhouette on the bars of the door. He has a very interesting, like crazy silhouette between each plank, okay? Next thing, the detail. He has small details, medium details, and then big details. You pretty much just have one level of details right here. And the last one is all of these bevels that he has on the borders. So where it connects to the door frame, it's not just like overlap like what you have right here. It actually creates a little bit of a gap. And that's what you're missing right here. So that sort of things, Kunal, are... Wait, are you Kunal? No, that's Harsh. That sort of thing, my friend, is the things that you need to be on the lookout for when you're doing. And even if it's your original stuff, there's always things that someone has already done or that are already on the industry. And that's your bar. That's your, again, your quality bar that you need to go for. So for you, I would take away or take out of the portfolio things that are not really impactful. Like if it's not really good, like if it doesn't really show you or the kind of stuff that you want to do, take it out. Goodbye Greninja, goodbye Yunosuke, goodbye Stanley. Look at that. Like never ever include a practice on your portfolio. That like, it's a practice. It's not a portfolio piece. I know you might want to include it because it's famous and people might recognize him, but again, it's just a practice. So unless you do a full character, you finish it, you polish it, you render it nicely, you do texture work, like if you do the whole pipeline, even if it's a fan art, fine. But if it's just a practice, no need for that. Same for this one. No works in progress, guys. My rule of thumb is no work in progress in your portfolio, because you never know when you're gonna finish it. And if you don't know when you're gonna finish it, people might see this and they're like, this looks horrible. Like, I don't like this, right? So if you wanna share this stuff, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, I don't know, Threads, all of this, other like websites, but don't share works in progress in your portfolio. It's a bad practice. Let's see. Yes, removing ugly artworks is a really good way to make your portfolio stand out a little bit better. I don't mind, and I actually have that in mind in my portfolio. I don't mind seeing old work, because when you see old work and then you see the most recent work and you can see how the artist has been advancing or moving forward, that's cool. But there might be a point where you look back to some of your old work and you're like, okay, this is very, very bad, even if it was like 10 years ago. Just take it out and replace it with new stuff, because most people won't even notice when you did the artwork, and they're just gonna judge the artwork based on what they see. Okay, we now go with Harsh. No, that was Harsh Kapoor, right? Yeah. We now go with Saint. Says, I'm a 3D character artist and my goal is to get hired at a studio. I have been watching your videos a lot recently and they helped a lot. Awesome, let's take a look. So his name is Mihailo Andonovic from Serbia, Belgrade. Nice. Okay, so first thing I see some character and creature work, and unfortunately the first thing that I also see is that it seems that you only have one complete character. What do I mean by that one complete character? That you only have one character that goes through the full production pipeline, meaning retopology and textures, in this case Ahsoka. We're gonna take a look. Let me just answer some question here. Rohan, all good, man, all good, but it's we have a lot of portfolios to go through, so I'm not gonna be able to see all of the questions. I usually tend to use detailed procedural textures and bake them out for you in mapping. Is that worth mentioning in my portfolio? Yes, I mean, any skill that gives you a nice result is worth mentioning. If it's not a skill that's making your stuff looks good, because I've seen people who tell me, I always decimate my characters and never do UVs. Should I mention that? No, don't mention that. But you should learn how to do proper retopology and UVs, because otherwise you're not going to be able to fit it on a pipeline. So, Xenomorph. Anatomy is not bad. There's a couple of things that I would definitely fix. Bakes look a little bit on the low poly side of things, and I hate this render, Mihailo. And again, remember, this is not against you. It's not that I hate this piece, it's just that I hate the render. Why do I hate the render? Because it has this very obvious spotlights or area lights on the head, just like bouncing off the whole thing. There's no HDRI, so we're not getting any sort of like global illumination. I'm not sure. Blender. Okay, so if you're in Blender, there's no reason not to use the new Eevee 4.2, which has like the realistic sky. There's no reason not to use cycles, for instance, to get something a little bit nicer. There's no reason not to use subsurface scattering. So all of these things that I'm mentioning, I have videos on the YouTube on how to do them. I have videos on how to do good renders inside of Blender, because it's not a bad character per se, but it's not you're not showing it off to the best of its potential. Okay, the turtle, Charlie from God of War. Forms, my friend, we need to work on the forms. All of this are very muddy forms, right? Like even the nose right here. What do I mean by forms? When we're taking a look at a sculpt, it's very important that we understand that every single thing is supported by bones, muscles, tissues, and if we don't see that form being described on your sculpt, like for instance here, like if we really don't see that curvature of the nose going around, if we don't really see how the eyelids and everything sort of like connects together, it's very difficult to get a character that looks nice. Yes, you have a lot of detail, you added a lot of scales here and here and here, but the forms are not there, so it really doesn't show. It just looks like a very bland base where you added a lot of like details, like high frequency detail, but the underlying form of the character is not there. So we need to work a little bit more on making sure that those forms stand out and that you can see the difference. If you don't want to go through the whole retopology process for the character, yes, this is again Mihailo, and guys, again, this is for everyone. Don't give me a really cool shot like this one right here, like a clay render that looks very nice, and then a very ugly thumbnail. And if I click on the thumbnail, make sure that the first image that I see is a cool image like this one. Like, this is your best image from all of the images that you have here on this turtle. This one right here, I would say it's the one that catches the most attention because it has a little bit of contrast, because it has a little bit of shadows. It's a marmoset render. So make sure this is your thumbnail. This will get you more views. It will get you more impact on whoever's watching your portfolio than some of these like shots from ZBrush. But again, you do need to work a little bit on the forms, Mihailo. This one's very good. I like this. Again, from a thumbnail perspective, this one looks good. It's eye-catching. And the sculpt's not bad. It's a good sculpt. Again, a couple of animations, especially there on the legs. I hate the boots, man. I hate the boots. Because again, remember, I'm saying this not to make you feel bad, but because this is what people see. I see this armor right here, and I'm like, that's nice. I could definitely see this again in like Elden Ring or like in a game. Like, this could work. Retopologize a couple of like textures and we're good to go. Even though some of the forms are a little bit on the chunky side of things, it looks good. Like, I could definitely see this in the game. But then I go down here and I see the armor pieces that you did right here, and they look so lazy, man. So lazy. It's just like a very big plate, like a very big cylinder, and just like random like wrinkles all over the place. Especially here on the backside, it just looks like really, really bad. Look at that. You can see them right there. And that's a very common thing when people are doing full characters. They will put more attention to specific parts or to the parts that they think are more important. And you need to show that you have the discipline as an artist to make sure that from the very first tip of the hair all the way to the toe of the feet, every single part of your character is done right. Okay? So very, very important to do that, my friend. Sir, one question. If any artist do only realistic characters, then he makes any stylized character or creature from... No, it's not that it's going to be an issue. There's a very famous quote that says that you need to use the proper bait to catch the proper fish, right? So if your portfolio, like... And I hate using my portfolio for this, but it's probably the best comparison right now. So if you take a look at my portfolio, most of my stuff is within the sort of like semi-realistic stuff. I don't go for photoreal. I've never been a photoreal guy, but I like to go for like realistic-ish characters. I don't have any sort of like stylized or cartoony characters. So can I send my portfolio to Disney to get hired? Well, not for the next Toy Story movie, but maybe for the next like Star Wars series or something like that, my portfolio could be a fit. So if your portfolio doesn't show the kind of work that you want to get hired for, that's going to be complicated. And the same thing, if your portfolio shows some type of work that you don't want to get hired for, people might call you. Like if I show a lot of, I don't know, environments. Like I have a couple of environments, right? So if my portfolio is full with environments and I want to be a character artist, I'm only going to be getting calls or messages about my environment art, not the character stuff, because I have more environments. So you do need to tailor your portfolio to the kind of position that you want to fulfill in a project. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult, right? What do you think of the future games Sweden? I'm not sure. Is that a studio, or do you mean what do I think about the industry in games in Sweden? Because I'm not really acquainted to that kind of information. Give me 1 second. There. Okay. How many finished arts we must? I would suggest like at least 5. My go-to number is about 5. Okay, so this is a good detail on the skin. I still don't love the forms. I feel like they could be a little bit better on the character. I don't love the illumination either. It's a little bit overexposed. And if this is a game character, man, especially if you're doing in Marmoset, you might want to try using the Marmoset viewer. Like, just upload the model so that we can see the topology, we can see the bakes, and we can see those sort of things, okay? So yeah. I mean, it's a good character. I don't see the full character, though, so I'm not sure if this is just a bust, if you did the whole character or not. Anatomy on the arms looks nice. Looks definitely better than the other one that we saw. And textures are a little bit better. Again, I don't love this one right here. I don't really like the sort of like random effects, because it seems like either you just use some sort of like procedural leather inside of like the texturing thing, or you didn't go and actually texture every single like wrinkle in ZBrush. Oh, is it? I'm not sure, Lemon Soup. I'm really not sure, because I'm not like familiarized with the industry in Sweden specifically. But in general, Europe does have a little bit more opportunities than Mexico, for instance. No, clay renders is not a problem. clay renders are not a problem in Kunal. Bad clay renders are a problem, okay? So when the clay render, or you just have like a screenshot from series, like we mentioned a couple of portfolios ago, that's when things can get a little bit like it's not ideal. It's not ideal because you could always just spend a little bit of time making a good clay render. And I have a video on the YouTube channel about how to do that. Okay, now we got a message from Elena Baeshko. It's a long message, so I'm just gonna sort of like go through it very quickly. She's a graphic designer since 2006 and has been studying 3D since 2017 to integrate it into the workflow. Nice. Okay, cool. So Elena here tells us that she's been a graphic designer for a long time, and now she's transitioning into a 3D artist, and she wants to be a prop 3D artist for a studio. First thing that I see, Elena, you have 3 artworks. That's a good number to start, but we definitely need at least 2 more. And especially, we need complex artworks. What do I mean by this? This hand, beautiful. We're gonna see that in just a second. This one, it's a little bit on the simple side of things, okay? It's not bad. Like, I could definitely see this in a game, like in Fallout or something. Nice detail there with the stickers. It's good. It's a good model, but it's a simple model. So whenever you're doing simple models, the best advice I have for you is to try to integrate them with more simple models. And a lot of simple models make a complex scene. So for instance, if you have this, make a book, make a lamp, make, I don't know, like a can of soup, make a couple of like a fork and a spoon, and boom, you have a little desk where someone was having a breakfast or a meal, right? So if you combine all of those simple elements with this same level of quality, though, you need to make sure that you match this level of quality, you're gonna have something that's a little bit more appealing than just, in this case, a simple clock. Now, one thing that's important on this kind of assets is to show us or tell us how many UDIMs or how many textures you use, and also to see the wireframe. I know it's a simple model, but for instance, I can see that we have a couple of booleans here, 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 here. So it would be great to see how you tackled those elements on your 3D model, okay? So that one's for that. But then let's go to the hand. That hand was looking really good. This is really good. Really nice. I love this. Awesome. You should rig it. I have an old video, it's on the old channel, so you might want to check it out, on how to rig a hand. It kind of looks like oh, there you go, you did rig it? I'm not sure. It's of course on the heavy side of things, so this is more for like cinematic stuff. But this one's really, really good. I like it. Again, if you could rig it and animate it, oof, they'll give you so many more points. But it's very eye-catching, it's very clean, like the render is very clean, the colors, the light, the exposure. This is good. This is really good, really good. Yeah, and it's not that easy, Davis. Like, to rig a hand like this, especially because it's hard surface, there's not going to be any deformation. You could even rig it with just groups. Like, you don't even need bones. But bones are probably going to give you more control. But yeah, Elena, here's a very cool thing that you can do. Try and go to the Discord. Go to the Whips channel or to the main chat and just ask, hey, is anyone here a rigger? And if you find a rigger, do a collaboration. And then you go and it's like, hey, is anyone here an animator? And do a collaboration, and then you're gonna have a very nice little video of the hand moving and just like, you know, dancing around or whatever. And that makes not only your portfolio stronger, but all of the people who collaborated will have a stronger piece. Yeah, no, don't worry, Lena. Again, you don't need to rig it yourself. If you find someone who knows how to rig, you can collaborate with them and then showcase. What was his name? I don't remember his name. Let me see if I can find him. Alex Martin. Is this one? I think so. So this was yes. So this was a peer of mine when I was at Noman, and he won Best of Charm with this piece right here for environment. And he did this with another peer of mine. His name was Nitesh Nagda, and both of them work on this one. So if you take a look at this piece right here, it's been one of my favorite pieces ever since they did them. It's amazing. It's so good. It has so many things. The texture work is amazing. The vehicles look very nice. So they did a great job doing this. It took them a long time though. I think it was like probably like at least 3 months, probably like 6 months of work, because I remember they did some of these models for some of the classes, and then they did this piece for their portfolio project. But the fact that they collaborated and were able to create this really fantastic piece is what elevates the piece. And people don't really care when they see a piece. They don't really care if you did everything. They just care about how good the piece is. Once they find that piece, now they can say, hey, who did the modeling, who did the texturing, who did the rigging, who did the light, and they're gonna go to the specific artist that did it. But at least you fulfill the main objective of a piece, which is to catch the attention of people watching your portfolio. And then this one right here, really good. I like it. I don't love the environment. I think it's a little bit on the simple side of things. I'm not sure it kind of looks on Unreal Engine. Okay, so if you did Unreal, I would recommend you take a look at landscapes. See if you can like mix a little bit more stuff here with the snow, because it looks very plain. And the grass also looks very plain. I'm not sure if you did add the alpha channel to the grass, because it looks very chunky. You might also want to play with some of the post effects instead of Unreal to get, you know, a little bit more of a cinematic view to the whole thing. But it's a good one. It's a good one. Again, wireframes. We need to... Oh, wait a second. You use nanite? Interesting. You don't really need to use nanite for this sort of like elements. At least not for something that's a simple nanite. It's usually used for something that has a very crazy silhouette. So you don't really need nanite for this asset right here. Okay, there we go. Some wireframes. Okay, now I understand why you use nanite. So this is not game optimized, okay? Nanite, guys, oh, I have my opinion about nanite, and we use nanite on the new course, but nanite has been sort of like a double-edged sword, because yes, it allows you to do some very cool stuff, but I've also seen a lot of portfolios where people don't care about, again, topology and efficiency, and they just say, oh, I'm just gonna do nanite. Yeah, but what if the project is for VR? There's no nanite in VR. What if the project is for mobile? There's no nanite in mobile. What if the project is done in Unity or Godot or any other like in-house engine where there's no nanite? Right? Like, that's the problem to using a specific tool that's only available for a specific type of project. So be careful there. Okay, do we have any more questions? I mean, I've seen it used in some games, Davis, so it's not that it's bad for games. It's just that I think it's overused. And people, a lot of students especially, are using it as an excuse not to learn the other part of the game, like pipeline, which is, of course, optimization. Nanite is great if your CPU has absolutely nothing to do, but it's inherently CPU. Yeah, it's a very performance-heavy process. Let's see, we got Emila. There we go. Sorry, I think I pronounced it bad or wrong the last time. Says, thank you so much for the previous feedback, and I tried to incorporate some of the advice you fixed the spine on the Mimic and made it into a 3D print. Made the chunky lion statue into finalist piece. Made an official 3D printing account for some of my models. That's cool. Could you look over my other work, including my CV, and give additional advice on what elements I should do? Okay. So we've already talked about Emila Pires' work here. I remember last time we were talking about this Mimic right here, and one of the things that I told her was that this spines were a single mesh, and now very, very nicely separated. This looks way, way better. I love it. Very, very nice. Oof, that's a great 3D print. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't really... Where's your CV, though? We have it here? I'm not sure where your CV is. Emilia, I know you're here in the chat, so if you can point me to the right direction, I can take a look, but otherwise, we're probably just gonna get, or talk about what I see here. Again, I think all of these levels, bottom of the page, about. No, I don't think this is a CV. This is just like a description. Last image, no, in the portfolio? Oh, there you go. Interesting. Okay. I normally, or at least here in Mexico, they ask you to include a picture. I know that in other countries, it might not be the rule. Not sure if it's over there. I'm not sure if stylized is spelled right. So usually one of the things that you want to do in your CV, Emily, is, yes, this is important, but it's occupying a little bit too much space, I would say. I would probably bring this, or make it a little bit smaller and bring it down. I would probably bring the experience up, because people usually want to know where have you worked. If they're looking at your portfolio because they're looking for a 3D artist, you probably already know that the 3D artist knows some software, so eventually you're gonna get there. But it's more important to know what they've done so far. So bring this experience and awards up instead of down there, and add a little bit of a sentence or a little bit of a description on what you did, because otherwise, like here, I see that you included Operation Overload VR, Rookie Awards 2024, beginning of the year, Mesh Media, highly commended. Yeah, but what was your experience there? And you can say, I was responsible for the creation of environment assets, modular assets, blah, 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 I used this, and that. Like, just a small little, like, glimpse of what you did. Same for this Nomad Rats, and same for this Space Infestation. Just explain what you did, because that gives the person who's watching the CV to get a better idea of who you are as an artist, right? Like, what were you responsible of? Because you didn't do the whole game, right? Like, there was a whole team involved, so it's important that they know what specific things you did. Oh, it's spelled like that? Okay, fine. Is it okay to put what? Our CVs in the art station? This is the first time I see it, to be honest. Emily, that would be one of my other advices. Like, I would probably not include it as an artwork because it's a little bit difficult to find. I would probably just have it on the about section. So the summary is fine, and then just like a little link there so that people can download it. If you want to keep it as an artwork, that's fine. But this is very unique. I've never seen it before, so that's why it's a little bit difficult for me to say whether it's a good idea or not. But yeah, so so again, as I've mentioned, I think this is a good project that you have here, especially this one. I think it's a really, really good one, showcasing, and I love how you presented it in this way, all of your assets. Now, Emily, your main, I would say, challenge is the networking aspect of the process. Like, you have a good portfolio, you have good skills, you have a good preparation. It's now time that you go out there and look for the opportunities. Or, as some entrepreneurs usually say, make your own opportunities. Like, how can you create something and offer something to the entertainment industry so that you can be noticed and, again, like, make your own career? Oh, okay, you'll need to pay for Pro. Okay, I understand. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it changes depending on the industry. Here in Mexico, again, I think they're now doing a law where they are asking it to be removed because it can, like, what's the word? It can invite a little bit of unfortunate racism and things like that, or discrimination. So yeah, I think it's that. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next one. Hugo Pessoa says, "Sup, Abe? All good, man. Hope you're feeling better and kicking some. Well, to be sure. I'm working in the industry since 2020, outsourcing companies and freelancing a bit. Now I'm on an AR game to a bike company. Stylized and pretty cool work. All my positions so far were remote roles, which I like it. So I'm starting to pursue the senior roles. Therefore, I can show some NDA. I need to improve using personal projects. So the last ones are most recent, and we're trying to put more effort. But I'm still missing something that your model side and experience will let me know. Thanks anyway, man. Say you. Okay, cool. So my first advice for you, my friend Hugo, take out some of the old stuff. This is where I would probably recommend taking certain stuff out, like this one right here. I understand why you did it. This NFT projects, I don't. It's your 3D stuff right now. At least this orc and some of this look really, really good. So that one probably not the greatest. Same for this one. So if you want to keep 2D stuff, I would probably just keep it in another like platform. Maybe something like DeviantArt or Behance or something like that, which I know there's a little bit more of illustration work over there. And maybe this one as well. I don't know. Like this look a little bit incomplete. And I know this were like 3 years ago. I don't love them, to be honest. So I will probably take those out. Superheroes are always cool. They always get a lot of views because people identify them. This is nice. There's a couple of forms and proportions here that are a little bit off. What do I mean by this? When you are doing a character, especially like very famous characters, you always want to be like hyper careful or extra careful about making sure that you do a good proportion. Right now, if we do the very basic exercise of drawing like a lighter color, or drawing the size of the head right there, so that's one head, and then the torso, that's like 3 heads, and then the legs, that's like 5 heads. So proportions are a little bit weird. I think that the head's a little bit small. It should be a fairly easy fix. Like if we were to grab just the head, Let me see if I'm getting used to this software, so I don't. No, I'm not gonna be there with this one. If we grab the head and we make it just a little bit bigger, almost nothing, but just a little bit bigger, and that should give us a nicer proportion right there. Okay, so it's very, very important that we always keep that in mind. Shift D, that's the shortcut here. I don't want to open Photoshop. Anyway, so just keep that in mind. Make sure that you have your proportions where they need to be, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit difficult to find this. Let me open Photoshop. Can you make a video on vertex painting, shader texture painting in Maya? I can't find any videos on it. Yes, I can do something like that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm here. I just... There we go. Cool. Oh, also, Canardi. There you go, Hugo. So yeah, so I would probably just like fix again the proportion on this. Well, I mean, since they're sort of finished products, you might not need to do that, but be careful with the proportion next time. Same with this. I feel like this head is a little bit on the small side of things. A good sculpt though, good anatomy. The pose feels a little bit unbalanced. It kind of feels like he's falling forward, so you might want to like again check the pose a little bit there. This one I don't like, this Zelda model, and this is the dangerous thing about doing a fan art about the very sort of like famous character. If we compare this Zelda model to the Zelda model from the game, it has a couple of differences. Like the hair right here, I don't like it. It's very chunky. I would keep it as different like meshes to have a little bit more flow to it. Proportions are better. I don't like the face too much, and the interesting thing here is that you have a lot of realistic stuff, and then you went for a very cartoony thing. And since this one is again not up to the level of the realistic stuff, that could bring it down a little bit. So I might take this one out. This one's good. Oh, I love the fur. It's a good fur. I feel like we can improve the skin shader a little bit. It looks very plasticky right now. A little bit oily. Not sure where you're rendering. Seems like it's marmoset. So yeah, adding a little bit of surface can definitely help. Okay. Good density, good resolution there. Wow, this is this is a little bit too many maps, man. Like if this is for games, this is a little bit too much maps. And here's the thing, you're doing a lot of maps, like you have a lot of information here on the map, and I don't really feel like we're utilizing the textures up to the best level, especially because of the shaders. And again, the glossiness on the skin, it looks sort of like fakeish. So for the amount of maps that we're using and to the quality that we're seeing, it's not really sort of like matching. Okay, so it's important to take a good look at that. But I kind of see that you did improve on this one right here on the orc. This one's way better. It's nice. Oh, but it's just the top part. Oh man, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. That's cool. It's again, it's a lot of maps, man. It's a lot of maps. I'm not sure what kind of productions you're doing. I know it says right here it's NDA. If it's for a cinematic, okay, I can understand this. But if it's for a game, like having, look at this, 15 maps, and I'm guessing they're like what, 2K maps, 4K maps? Probably like 2K maps. It's a little bit, well, not a little bit, quite a bit on the high side of things. Topology is fine. Density is fine, the fur is fine, but yeah, like the amount of maps is really, really intense. I mean, you do get an amazing result, right? Like this freaking high quality texture, it's great for your portfolio. So I don't mind, but it will be good to see a couple of projects where you're optimizing your textures a little bit more to see if you can work within those constraints. This one's also good. I like it. Again, the skin, man. Subsurface, just add a little bit of subsurface. It's easy to set up. You can check the YouTube channel as well. I have a couple of videos about that. It's a little bit more manageable. 6 maps is definitely more on the... It's a little bit on the high side, like 200k triangles for a single character, or 200, almost 300k triangles. It's definitely very high poly count. Your sculpt skills are really good, man. Like I think you're there with the sculpting skills. It's maybe just a little bit of more optimization. And I understand why you need to have that many like elements, but for instance, even here on the mouthpiece, especially if it's for games, you don't need that many. Like you can definitely simplify and optimize things a little bit more to bring this number down. Because I do think 300k triangles for a full character, even one that looks as cool as this one, is definitely on the high side of things. Definitely high. Hey, Foxart. Yes, normally we start the stream at 10 a.m. my time, but since we have so many portfolios today, I want to make sure everyone gets a chance. So there we go. Davies Art Corner says, "Hey Abe, thank you so much for this. Hope you're feeling better. I'm a recent grad, finished uni last year, and I'm a stylized character artist who recently been getting into stylized real-time rendering. I'm working on breaking into the industry on the indie side, maybe some AAA in the future. Later, okay, presentation, and let's take a look. David Cipriano, nice. Okay, so yeah, one thing that I immediately see is that we need more stuff. Is this? Oh, I thought it was Ben from Mistborn. Yeah, so let's do this. Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately. You've given me. Thanks for the follow, my friend. Sarah Gala. Helap. There we go. So unfortunately, my friend, you just gave me all the weapons I need to give you as much feedback as I can. So yeah, this definitely looks a little bit like a Mistborn thing. It has a lot of that look to it, to be honest. And there's a couple of things that I immediately notice. I like how you approach the construction of the hand, but it's not exactly looking like what we have right here. Like yours looks more like spirally, right? And this one looks more flowy, sort of like smoky, I would say. Same for the pants. Like, look at how complex the folds on the pants are here, and we barely have anything right there. Same for the hood. Like, if we take a look at the hood, it's a lot of like different like elements or layers, and yours, it looks very, very flat. So we always need to take a very close look at the concept to really analyze what we're gonna be doing. Okay. Same for this thing right here. Like on the hood, he has this sort of like hand clasping the whole thing, sort of like a belt buckle. And you did a different kind of hand. You did like a closed hand. And if you can see again on this one's more like an open hand. So you went from this thing right here to this thing right here. And it's all of those things that really make it like, it just shows that it's not exactly as in the concept. Were you able to capture the spirit of the concept? I would say yes, we are there. But I don't think we really managed to capture the details of the concept. And it's very, very important. Here's another one. Like, I can see that the cape has a lot of hands as well. Look at that. Like, every single sort of like part of the cape is made out of hands, and I don't really see that in yours. I see a little bit there, but it looks very sort of like I don't know. It's not as defined as what we see right here. Same for the boots. Like, the boots, he has like a little bit of like layers on the boots, and this look very, very flat. So be careful with that. Make sure you always analyze the concept as much as you can to get the best possible result. Now, I'm gonna be very honest with you, man. This kind of art style, this kind of like very simple, cel-shaded art style, is very easy to do from a modeling standpoint, okay? So modeling a character like this, a Skeleton King, is very easy. Like, I would expect most of my students who are taking the first Maya class to be able to model something like this. UVs and textures definitely require a little bit more work, and I like the optimization, 1024 by 1024. Topology looks great, that's awesome. So the important thing about this kind of things, man, is that you need to somehow show, again, something that's a little bit more complex. Oh, I don't know how to say this, David. Oh, man. Okay, so here's my take on this, my feedback. This kind of stuff, when I see this kind of stuff, I don't see a high skill level on the 3D skills, modeling, texturing, rendering, that sort of stuff. But I do see a lot of creativity and style into them. So for instance, this one right here, I love it. I would love to play a game like a side scroller or like a Metroidvania, right? Like, this reminds me a lot of this. I don't remember the name, but it was like a skeleton guy. So if this is the level that you want to be executing your 3D skills at, which again is fine, then what you need to do is you need to to provide other types of value as an artist, which means that, hey, maybe you can do this and you can rig and you can animate and you can do some programming inside of Unreal or Unity to make the character move around. This, again, like, I see this a lot in indie games. So when someone's doing an indie game, like a solo dev, they will do low poly versions or sort of like low skill versions of characters because they can't have as much time on that specific thing, and then they'll use this to make other elements, BFX and gameplay things, stuff like that. Because right now, David, I understand you're going for this very stylized, very cartoony looking, but it's like, it will be difficult for me to find where to place you in a pipeline, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if David is right here, but that will be my advice for everyone, guys. Like, if you're doing a very simple character, or if you're doing very simple 3D, which again is fine, then you need to show that you are valuable as an artist in other areas, such as gameplay programming, level design, concept art. Like, there's a bunch of other things that you can be like, hey, yes, my 3D is not like the highest skill 3D out there, but I can do all of these other things. It's like, oh, cool. Then if you get into our pipeline, we can use you in all of those different parts of the process, and we're gonna be able to create something cool with you, right? Otherwise, it's just difficult. Like, why would I have an interview with you to get this 3D result when we've seen other artists in just this little, like, a portfolio review that have done a lot of very cool things as well. Hopefully you understand that comparison. Again, I don't like to compare people against each other because there's like a place for pretty much every single thing. But it is important that you understand, like, if your skills as a 3D artist are not going to be that high, then you need to have skills in other areas to show that you can be valuable to a pipeline. So, yeah. There you go, Drift2 and Niche. Thanks for the follow, my friends. Let me close some of this, guys, right here. Now we go with Sion. Says, hi Abe, I'm Arosh. I want to be a character artist. It's been 2 years since I've been learning art, and for 1 year I shifted my focus to 3D art. I recently completed my first character. I know there are many anatomical imperfections, so you can provide more information on where I have to do more work to get a good artist. Let's take a look. Okay, cool. Again, first advice, get rid of the 2D stuff. Unless you want to do or be a 2D artist, you don't need 2D stuff on your portfolio. This is a cool environment. First complete 3D artist. It's a little bit on the dark side, and guys, this is an advice that I'm gonna give everyone. We are in 2024. We're in 2024. There's absolutely no reason why anyone needs to be doing software renders. We have Cycles, we have Arnold, we have Marmoset, we have Unreal Ray Tracing. We have so many free options out there to do good renders. And I still see this sort of things. Overexposed things, no good bounce light, no HDRIs. It's just weird, man. Like, even here, it's too dark. I don't see anything. This is where you really need to pick up your rendering game, my friend. Because I know you're using a lot of, like, 3 assets. That's fine. I don't care about the 3 assets. But if you're using 3 assets, why are we not using displacement? Why are we not using global illumination? Why are we not, like, properly calibrating our lights so that things are not completely, like, they look fake, right? They look like a Sims game. And that's not what you want. And again, there's no excuse, Arush, right now to be using that type of render. Because if you can produce this type of render, I know you can produce the other one. Even if it takes your computers 3 or 4 hours to render, just go for it, okay? Same for this one. Like, if you're gonna be doing an octopus, you need to be adding subsurface scattering. If you want to be doing metal, you need an HDRI, because just the basic lights from the software, in this case Maya, it's not gonna be enough. And you're like, I don't understand. You're saying it's Unreal. Like, if it's Unreal, where are all of the, like, lumen things? It's not a bad sculpt. It could definitely improve, especially. Okay, this is a very common mistake that I see all the time, and you're gonna get the feedback, my friend. But I want everyone to, like, watch this because it's so important. What do you guys see right here that's wrong? What's wrong? It's a very simple thing. What do you see? I see it there, and I see it here, and I see it here, and I see it, and that's pretty much it. It's not separate. That's right, Shizab. It's not separate. It's the same object. So you just like mask this out and you like extruded it or painted it. No. If this bandana for the octopus is a different thing, model it as a different piece. If this part of the knife is a different piece, model it as a different piece. If this part of the pommel is a different piece, model it as a different piece. There's absolutely no need to model everything as a single chunk of clay. It looks so bad, okay? That's not what we want, and it's easy. You can extract it, you can mask it out and extract it, you can just use simulation. There's a bunch of ways to do it, guys, but it's very, very important. And again, I'm sorry that it's falling the critique on you, my friend. Again, it's not against you, it's against the artwork. You need to understand that these are like divisions where the object just like continues and there's no clear division on where it starts. That like corner right there, it's not gonna look good, okay? So just separate stuff, guys. You don't need to work everything as a single modular piece. After you separate them, then yes, you can do this. You can do a bake where both elements are baked one on top of each other and they're like a single element. But from the sculpting perspective, it's always better to separate these things because it will look better on the bake, okay? Hope that helps, my friend. Now let's go to the next one here. So this is your first completed character, Monkey D. Luffy. Yeah, so anatomy-wise, I definitely see that you're exaggerating the muscles a little bit too much. Luffy is not usually as, like, buffed. It's not bad. The face definitely needs a lot of correction, my friend. He looks a little bit weird. I applaud the fact that you are trying to use some hair stuff, like X-Gen over here. But again, similar to what I mentioned in the first portfolio, you need to work a little bit more on the grooms, okay? So it's a good start. I would probably like keep working maybe on this one or another one and then replace it, because I can see that you know the basics. Oh, my friend, I was gonna say you know the basics, and then I see this and I see this. Oh, no, you kind of it's kind of weird. I'm thinking you did see remesher because of this like things right here, like that's weird. But then I see that you, for instance, like properly looped around the navel, and you did properly loop around the eyes and the mouth. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is serum mesh or not. Like this right here again. Like there's things that are weird on your retopology choices. It's not the end of the world, but you gotta be careful there, okay? Cool. So yeah, I think that's it, man. Like if you want to be a character artist, that's fine. We need to do a full male character, full female character, a creature character, and go through the full process, I would say, and show that in your portfolio. Again, take out the 2D stuff. Practices like this, not ideal for your portfolio, as I've mentioned before. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go with the next one. Elias Horman says, "Hey, Abe, thank you so much for the opportunity." Oh, there you go, Cloudy. Hey, thanks for the donation there. Elias Horman says, "Hey, Abe, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm a 3D artist from Germany, mostly specializing in character art for now. Although I also don't mind doing hard surface or environment art. Also, I really apply to a bunch of game studios in Europe, mostly as a character artist. However, I couldn't like any attribute, so it will be awesome." Yeah, character is always the complicated one, my friends. Character artists are, or character roles are like few. Like just think about the game like Elden Ring, right? It's funny, a couple of years ago I always used God of War as an example, and now I've been using Elden Ring a lot as an example. So if you take a look at Elden Ring, there's probably like 200, maybe 300 different types of like characters in the game, roughly, probably, like depending on all the NPCs and like minions and things like that. So a team of, let's say, 20 character artists probably could do everything in like the production cycle of the game. If there's 20 character artists and there's 300, you need to do about, I'm really bad at math, 15 characters in, let's say, 2 years. That's about right. So that's it. You just need 20 character artists to do the whole like game, the whole game. But then you need animators, you need environment artists, you need weapon artists, you need asset artists, you need like a bunch of other artists, and that's where the team starts growing. So character artists tend to be few in the production. You usually don't need as many, especially because in production you're also going to 15, not 50, 15. You're usually gonna be needing like a small amount of character artists because you reuse a lot of stuff. So you just do a female body and every single female character is gonna be similar. You do a male body and you just use the base mesh. So you don't need as many character artists. That's why character positions tend to be fewer, and that's why it's very competitive, because there's very few positions, and there's like everyone wants to be a character artist. Like a lot of people want to be character artists. My advice is also try looking for opportunities as what's the word? As other type of artists, right? Like asset artist or hard surface artist. You get some good stuff right here. I would definitely clean it up again. Like I feel like you have stuff that's not needed. Like what's this? What the hell is this? Cover art I made for our board game Hunt for the Hydra. That's cool, and I love when people do their own stuff. But this is not something that belongs in your portfolio, my friend. Like you can definitely take that out. Okay. This one's really good. The Tusken Raider looks good. I guess the textures could improve a little bit here on the element. I really liked how you managed the bandages here on the top part. It's very important that we get a wireframe on this kind of characters. Otherwise, it's difficult again to judge what's going on. But it's not bad. I like it. This one's really good though. I really like this one. But again, it just looks like a render. So if we don't see wireframes, if we don't see game optimized topology, and there's of course some details here on the goggles that could definitely be improved, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So I think, my friend, right now, what I see the most as your opportunity is we need to see a complex character, like a more complex character than this. And we need to see the full breakdowns, because if I'm hiring for character artists and I look at your portfolio, yes, I look at this as like, oh yeah, cool, this could be on the game. This is the first one that we see the wireframes, a little bit dense on the face and very stylized, I would say. Yeah, that's definitely better. But we need to see something that's a little bit more complex, okay? Because right now, here it's gonna sound very weird what I'm about to say, but right now I see your portfolio and I see that you could do a lot of NPC characters, right? So a lot of characters that are not as important. We need to see your Geralt, we need to see your Kratos, we need to see your Anakin Skywalker, right? Like we need to see your main character, like a character that you really spend a lot of time in, with a lot of details and a lot of things to really make your stuff shine. Because right now, if we're a music band and you're looking to be the lead singer, I might hire you, but not as the lead singer. I might hire you as like the secondary singer, right? Like the guy that sings the chorus, because you have the skills to do the characters, but you haven't really shown me that you can do like the character, right? That would be my advice for you, Elias. Exactly what I just told Danker for your question. It will be exactly what I just told Elias. Who are the singers that we really remember from all of the bands and all of the music that you like listen to? The singers that have a very unique, special voice, right? If you have a very generic voice, then you don't really like remember the singers. I'm gonna give you an example. Here in Mexico, and Latin American friends, you're not gonna let me lie, there's this very famous pop band called Morat, and they've been criticized a lot. They're very commercially successful because their songs are very catchy, they're always on the radio and things like that. But it's just like the most generic voice possible. Like it's just four dudes who know how to like sing, and that's fine. If you tell me who of these guys is the lead singer, I don't know. Like I absolutely don't know. Yeah, I love it too. It's a good band. It's a fun band, but I don't know who the singer is because their voices are so like normal. But then you think about, for instance, Coldplay, right? And the guy's voice, super, because I know this is the singer, I know they're way more famous, but you know his voice, you understand and know who this guy is. You think about Guns N' Roses, you think about My Chemical Romance, now I'm gonna be naming some of my favorite bands. But yeah, that's the thing about character artists. Like, if you want to be a character artist, you need to show characters that are very sort of like unique. They're like, oh, this guy has something interesting, something special, something that not every other character artist out there can do. And that's the kind of the stuff that's gonna allow you to separate yourself from every other character artist and give you a better shot at landing that job. So yeah, exactly, Ella there. That would be my advice for you, Elias. Make sure you grab one character. Look for a concept. Like literally just go online and like character, concept, art, and look for a character that resonates with you, that you're like, oh, this is very cool, this is the style that I want to do, but also a character that's gonna allow you to really push your portfolio to the next level. Now, it doesn't have to be, because it's a very common mistake that people make when they're picking a character, it doesn't have to be like overly complex, because that's another like very common mistake. People will go and grab like the craziest character out there. Could be something like this, and I think this is AI, I'm not sure. could be something like this. Like, look at this character, so unique, so much charisma, so much like character to it, right? And if you do it like perfectly like fine, you're gonna be in a better position, I would say. Now here's another tip, guys, another very important tip that I'm gonna give you, and this is a tip that was given to me long time ago, before I even went to Nomad. This was like back in the day when I first started about or learning about 3D. The tip is, do you want to work at, let's say, Larian Studios, right, for the next Baldur's Gate, and you want to work as a character artist? Look for Larian Studios' most famous character, which at the time of this recording is, of course, Astarion, right? That's your quality bar. That's what you need to get as close as possible to. Now, you don't really need to get to that specific point, because they're not going to hire you to do the next Astarion, because there's already some artists that did Astarion, and he's probably still on the team, right? So he's going to be doing the next main characters. But if you can approach this quality as much as you can, then the odds of you being a junior character artist doing some NPCs for the game, because you're close to the quality that they're looking for, are going to be way better for you, okay? Because I've had this situation. I've had students come to me and they're like, hey, I want to do this right here. I want to work for Larian, right? And they show me their portfolios, and sorry for the poor soul that I'm about to like roast right now. And they show me, I don't know, stuff like like this. It's like, well, I mean, if you want to work for Larian, you need to do Larian stuff, and you need to get to this level of the Larian stuff, because this is not gonna match with Larian's style, right? And sometimes I've seen like really bad 3D characters, like this is not the case, it's a really good one, by the way, but sometimes I see really bad pieces and are like, dude, like that's not the quality. Like, even if that's your hope and your dream, sorry, that's not how the world works. You need to really get your game up to that level to even have a chance to be part of the group of people who are trying to get a chance at the studio, right? So it is a complicated career, I'm not gonna lie, but the best thing you can do is, like, whenever you're starting your new character, get as many references from the game or the studio that you want to work on, and keep them there really close to you, so that you know that that's your quality bar, that's where you need to be. Is having Sketchfab uploads of your models attached a good thing? Yeah, Sketchfab or Marmoset Viewer, when you can like analyze the topology and the maps, is a good idea. Is watertight meshes good to implement? It depends. It depends on the project. They're not necessary like all the time, so there's projects where you don't need to do watertight meshes, and there's some where you do need them. Vasil Maruk says, I'm from Ukraine. I suppose something is wrong with my portfolio. Hope your advice will help. What do you mean you suppose something's wrong? Like, are you having issues getting a job? Because this is good, man. Like, you have a lot of very cool stylized characters. They look nice. I see quite a bit of clay renders, but I also see some finished renders. Normally, if you, like, this is my personal opinion, if you have two elements like this one right here, this is Donatello, right? So if you have your Donatello clay render, but then you did your Donatello, like, actual render with, like, proper textures and everything, I would just, like, showcase this one. Again, never open... How many times are we gonna see this on today's portfolio? Never open the actual works, like, post with a picture that's not your thumbnail. So it needs to either be your thumbnail or something better than your thumbnail, so that it's like a good surprise. Because right now I see the thumbnail and it's a cool thumbnail, like I like that one, Donatello, nice light, everything. I click on it and then boom, super far away, a lot of empty space, so not ideal. I would prefer this one to be the first picture. Then you can show like the far away shot, but just be careful there, Basil, because it's it kind of takes you out. Same for this one. I love this one, by the way. It's a really good one. Urtu. Nice. I actually think I saw this concept not too long ago. Yeah, this is cool, man. I like it. That one's a good one. It would be a good idea to like go for the full process with this one. You know, retopo, textures, all that stuff. I don't like practices. I'll probably just take this ones out, Basil. Is it possible to overwrite Silver's default brushes, like overwrite clip? It should be that he streams, but I haven't done it, to be honest. Arthur, no, I don't think we've gone through your portfolio just yet. Yeah, I mean, you have good stuff, man. One thing that I'm missing are some wireframe shots. But that's pretty much it, because you do have some stylized, and you already sort of like fulfill what I always tell you guys, which is male characters, female characters, monster characters. So since there's not much information on the message, I'm not sure what else I could help you with, because these are good projects. Again, my main advice: add some wireframe renders if possible. I know we have Marmoset Viewer and this one right there, but other than that, yeah, I mean, it seems like you're a team leader already, so I don't see a lot of things to improve. And you have a very particular style, which is the sort of like cartoony stylized character. So yeah, just keep going, man. Keep going, and again, maybe like merge a couple of this together so that it's not too much stuff. But yeah. Now we go with Marlin. Says, hi Ave, I'm a fresh grad 3D artist and currently focused on adding more projects to my portfolio. I usually do props or hard surface. I have applied to some game studios, outsourced studios, but only landed one interview. So your feedback on my portfolio is welcome. Okay, so the first thing I see, my friend, is that we are definitely missing more projects, because from these things right here, I can already see 3 projects that are very simple. So whenever I see a portfolio, I very quickly scan the portfolio and I immediately notice, okay, like which of these elements have potential. This has potential, this has potential, and maybe this has potential, okay? Actually, no. Like, I actually would probably pick this one instead. So this, I've seen grenades a lot of times. I've seen a lot of guns, and I've seen a lot of spaceships, and those particular thumbnails are not like really interesting to me. They don't call to me. And if I go in here, there's nothing. Like, I click, there's nothing. There's no wireframes, there's no like breakdowns. I can't see the UVs. So this is not a project that I can use to evaluate how much you know or don't know about the 3D world. Same for this one. I look at this, it's a very sort of like blocky. It's fine. The render, it's a very simple, I would say. Metal edgeware everywhere. It's like, metal edgeware, no. It's just everywhere. There's no breakdown there on the metal edgeware. So not the greatest gun. I don't see the concept. Again, no wireframe. Difficult to evaluate. Same for this ones. Just very simple. I mean, we do have a sketchfab right here. Let's take a very quick look at the concept. Or at the wireframe. Okay, so for games, this is fine. Like, this is low poly. So that's what we're normally looking for. But from a texture perspective, we're still missing a lot. Like, I don't see anything, right? Like, it's a very, very simple prop. And remember, simple props will not get you far. It's better to have multiple simple. This one's a little bit better. And we have a couple of better shots. Again, not in love with the terrain. The scale is a little bit weird. What do I mean by this? If I take a look at the terrain, due to how this strata is working, all of these lines on the rocks, it looks like a very big place. Like, we're probably like this small here. Up yet. Like, if I was a character, I would probably expect to be like this big right there. Right? Like, that's the size that I'm imagining based on the size of the rocks, right? But then I look at this thing, and I don't even see where the pilot would be. Maybe it's an unmanned vehicle. This texture right here, not good. It's not helping us. You do have some nice, like, modeling and booleans and things. But again, like what's that? Like, that looks different than that, and it looks different than the other one. So I'm not sure why the textures. It looks to me like you're just, like, projecting whatever texture you found here. So again, not great execution on this one right here, especially because of those UV elements. And there's no wireframe, so how can I help you? How can people help you if we cannot see how this thing is made? This is a little bit better, okay? Clean surface, nice. A nicer render, clean UV or clean topology, that's good. Nice UV. So this one, definitely an improvement from the other ones. But in this particular case, I don't find this kind of vehicles as interesting. This is my personal preference. I know there's some people that find it interesting. But from a sci-fi thing, again, I'm not seeing anything, especially on the texture. It's a very simple texture. So it's weird because it's the first time I'm seeing some good topology here from you on the portfolio. But then you're not using that topology. And look at this, like the color, the base color is just a flat base color thing. If you want to do that, fine, but then look for some car renders and how they render the cars for like presentation. You're gonna get a better result. This one's really good though. It's really interesting, Nicolas, because you have some really interesting elements on the hard surface stuff, and then you show me this like hand painted stylized weapon, and it's a really good weapon. Now I'm gonna check something here because sometimes I find this trick that some people do with weapons where they'll grab the concept and they'll just project the texture onto it so they won't paint it. in cells. But no, it seems like you did paint it yourself. So that's cool. That's great. Now, the problem here, Nicolas, is that we have two completely different things here on your portfolio. Oh, you have some animation as well. Interesting. So we have hard surface, realistic stuff, and then we have hand-painted, stylized stuff. You need to make up your mind and decide which of this you want to do. Okay? Because they're very, very different. Yes, Bukeru, it's okay not to connect them. Not everything has to be the same mesh. Not everything has to be the same mesh. Should we aim for a specific poly count for a portfolio character? Not really, Toasted. Like, there's no need to have a specific count. You need to go for a really cool piece. Even if it's a little bit on the high side of things, it's better than have something that looks very, very low poly and looks like shit. So, be careful there. Yes, not N3D. It's very common to have turnarounds and still images. That's good. It's a good way to showcase the whole project, because otherwise it's difficult to see what's going on. Okay, let's go now with I'm gonna have to like speed things up because we're not even like 1/4 of the way and we're already 1 hour and 20 minutes. So let's go. My name is Fernando. Some years of experience in 3D art. I'm looking for a job as a texture artist, but it has been a bit challenging. I need to know how to improve and make my portfolio stand out to recruiters and what I need to improve. Thank you very much. Let's take a look. Okay. So, again, I see a couple of pieces that I don't love. This is the first time that I see the donut in a context that makes it way more interesting than just the donut. This is a great character, by the way. I love it. Very fun. Very good, like, skin texture and everything. It's a little bit weird because I thought like when I see this thumbnail, I think about the main like thing being the donut, but then I see that it's actually the character or both. I would probably just add a little bit more light here so that his face is not as obscured. But this is great, man. Like I could definitely see this in like an animated film. Like the texture work is really nice. Good stuff here. Now I would like to see more shots of him, to be honest. Really good. Nice. Again, maybe it's a choice that you're doing for your thumbnails. But I like this. This is what I was mentioning about thumbnails. Like I see this robot, I think I'm gonna be seeing a robot. I click it and boom, I see a full environment. It's like, oh, cool. And then I can see the full robot, right? So yeah, this is good, man. Oh, love this shot. Love it. Look at how nice and soft the lights are. So clean. That's what you want, guys. This is a masterclass in lighting. Careful with the metal etchware. It's everywhere. Metal etchware. Just like clean it up a little bit. Doesn't have to be everywhere. See? Like this. Fernando. My applause to you. This is exactly what I've been telling everyone about how to make something complex out of a lot of simple stuff. So Fernando here, look at this. He did a lot of things. A desk, a clock, some cans, a radio, this thing, the lamp, all of these things, and built this right here. Amazing, right? And simple. You don't need to repeat, like it's the same tool repeated a couple times. You don't need to make it like super complex. It's just a lot of simple stuff that make a nice thing. What would I recommend, Fernando? Do a short, like just 10 seconds of render of a couple of shots of the character just like moving something. Doesn't even have to tell a story or anything. Just like the camera going in and then a closer right here, again the camera going in, or maybe like panning to the side, and another shot where the brush is just like moving a little bit. And those 10 seconds, like just 10 seconds of a short, could potentially open so many doors for you. I know that you might need to rig the character. It's a robot. I don't think you're going to have too much of an issue rigging it, to be honest. I know the render is going to take a long time, probably a couple days to finish all of those shots, but those are the kind of things that could really elevate your portfolio, again, to the next level. Because all of these are good, man. All of these are really good. Now, if you want to focus on texture art, here's another, again, like idea that I can give you. Talk to any of these guys right here that we just talked about, right? Like, talk to Nicolas and say, hey, Nicolas, I saw your land speeder, and Abe mentioned that you were missing some, like, texture work. Let's collaborate. Send me the model. I'll texture it. We'll upload it both to our portfolio. You will show off your modeling skills, and I will show off my texturing skills. And if you can texture this one and give it like a texture like the Dune like vehicles with UDIMs and all that stuff, there you go. Or you can like talk to, I don't know, like Elias or something and be like, hey, I saw your soldier. I think I can help you out with a little bit more texture work on some of the elements. Like, that's how you build up a network. That's how you meet more people. And that's how you can create more advanced things. Because if you want to focus on 3D texture and look dev, Fernando, you don't want to spend time modeling, because you're not going to be modeling once you go into the game. Now, another advice, I don't like this one, to be honest. I don't think this is a great like project. I know that you went for the stylized and it's a good translation, but this robot thing is way better, to be honest. So take this one and have it as your main like image up here, because this is your money shot right there. This is also good. I will do again a couple more shots of this one if possible. There you go, Arthur. Hope that helps. Let's go now with Dupe. Yeah, I mean, I can help. That might be a good idea, David. If you're there, maybe let's write that down. But we could like find a way to organize as Toasted 3D said, some student collabs and make small projects, because that's another way in which you guys can build a network. You get to know more people and create more ambitious projects that are gonna make your portfolio look bigger and nicer. There you go, Fernando. You're welcome. Let's now go with Dupe. This is Michael Kercheval from San Diego. Says, hi, my name is Michael. I'm a self-taught 3D character artist from California, USA. I've been doing 3D for the past 3 or 4 years, and I'm wondering what I can improve to land myself a job in the games industry. Be as harsh as you need to. I'm all ears and ready to take notes. Awesome. Okay. So first thing I see is there's a couple of complex characters, but the others that are a little bit on the simple side of things. This one, Desmond does, Andrew Garfield. Okay, he definitely does look like Andrew Garfield, to be honest. Like, you did actually a good job capturing, like, the essence. It's still missing a little bit of that. I don't love the hair. I feel like it's a little bit like, it looks a little bit fakeish. And something that's important, again, we need to see wireframes. It looks like this is not for games. This looks a little bit more for a, like, cinematic render or something like that. So, yeah, Toji Senin from Jujutsu Kaisen. Haven't seen that anime. I've heard it's good. Again, we're on the simple side of things, man. Like this sweater, yes, that's cool that you know how to use marvelous. It's cool that you know how to do normal maps and things like that, but it's a relatively simple character. Like, if I don't know Jujutsu Kaisen, I see this guy and it's just like generic, like anime character number 73, right? So you need to add more stuff to make him more unique. Silver Surfer, not a fan of this one. And the reason why I'm not a fan of this one is because I do feel like even though the anatomy is relatively good, we can definitely exaggerate things a little bit more. I know Silver Surfer is lean. He's not like as strong as Duncan, the one that we did from the anatomy course. But I feel like you can definitely like push some of this like elements a little bit more. And again, please, Michael, please do not show me a screenshot from ZBrush. This Silver Surfer dude, like, there's absolutely no reason. Like, if you want to do Silver Surfer, or if you want to do any sort of like render, here, that's not there. Let's see, what do I have here? Oh my god. I was cleaning some stuff, so it might not be here. There we go, the ogre. So, if you want to do Silver Surfer, just add a new material in Marmoset. Drag and drop the material. Change the metalness all the way to the top and bring the roughness down. Probably a little bit down, like that. On your sky, you definitely want to have a sky that has a lot of like reflection things. Something like this. And there you go. Like, that already looks closer to Silver Surfer than what you have right here, because this just looks like a very basic blade material inside of ZBrush. So there's absolutely no need to do that. Okay, we have the tools nowadays. There's no excuse. You can do this in Unreal, you can do this in Maya, you can do this in Blender, you can do this here in Marmoset, you can do this wherever you want, but you need to work on renders. People are not going to take you seriously, and again, this is not only for you, it's for everyone. People will not take you seriously if you don't take yourself seriously. So if you're spending hours and hours working on this thing, and then you don't want to spend an extra hour or extra 2 hours on doing a nice render for it, what the hell? Like, it just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense. And this is something that I understood very early in my career, and that's why I specialized or learned a little bit more about rendering. You need to spend time making sure that whatever it is you produce looks good, okay? And it goes from the very first steps, primary forms, secondary forms, tertiary forms, all the way to final render. Lights, composition, render, how you crop the image, how much negative space you have, whether to add a background or not. All of those decisions are things that you need to make sure that you fulfill on your creation process. Otherwise, your stuff is not going to be noticed, okay? I feel like you still need to work a little bit more on your forms, Michael. I know you're a self-taught artist, and I respect that. I might recommend, again, taking the anatomy course, the Duncan course, or the ZBrush stylized character course. Any of those things will teach you how to really push the silhouette of your characters a little bit more, push the anatomy, push the details, so that they look way more interesting, because right now they do look a little bit on the soft side. The render on this one is definitely better. I appreciate the render, and again, you have a good grasp on details and on texturing, like that's fine, but look at the forms here on the mouth. They're very soft, very simple, and that's what we want to improve, okay? So hopefully that works. Let's go now with Abishik. Says, currently in my last year of a game design degree. I'm exploring level design, programming, and hard surface modeling. I love your feedback on my portfolio. Nice. You got some good stuff here, man. Love this one. I love this one. Really good detail on this one. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about like texturing. Marmoset, that's great. Just show me some wireframes, man. Please, wireframes, guys. I know some people say like, oh no, wireframes not needed. It is needed. It is needed. It is important, because I don't know how dense these are. I don't know how many UDEMs you're using. For instance, you're using Modbox. I applaud the I applaud the that thing, because it's like Modbox it's not outdated, but not a lot of people use it nowadays, to be honest. So yeah, that one's a good one. Again, I usually recommend against this kind of elements. My rule of thumb is, if you can do something in a day, it's not worth it for your portfolio. Okay, so this one right here, I know I can model it in like 30 minutes or less. I know I can texture it in another hour or less. So do we really need this in our portfolio? I don't think so. Now, do you really want to have it in your portfolio? Do more. Do something similar to this. Do a whole sort of like a weapon, like a showcase. This is good. Okay, good balance on the metal edgeware. A little bit intense right there, but you did break it up a little bit more in other areas. Nice. Abandoned house. This one I don't like. This one I don't like. You have a very good understanding of texturing assets. Now we need to work a little bit on texturing this kind of stuff right here, because it looks a little bit weird. Like, you say abandoned house, I don't see an abandoned house. I see an abandoned door. Okay, so we need to see more stuff here. I need to see walls. I need to see the inside of the element, how you handle that sort of like modular construction and stuff like that. Oh, careful with this, man. Careful with this. Super dark images like this, you cannot control how well calibrated someone's monitor is. So if you do images like this, it's very difficult to see. Like, I don't see anything. I see a little bit of a silhouette and some glow. That's it. This is a little bit better, but still not great. And I understand you mentioned that you're learning about environments. I'm not sure where you're doing this environment renders. I'm not sure if this is like Unreal or something, but it's very dark. I prefer your like this stuff right here, like your weapons and even this crystal sword. Looks very nice. But again, we need to see wireframes, and we need to see what's the word? And we need to improve here on the environment stuff, okay? But you're in a good path, man. Like you mentioned, you're still on your last year of your design degree. I think you have a good shot. Like, I see good potential here. It's just that we need to polish the environments a little bit more. Let's go to the next one. Sagar says, hi, my name is Sagar Sony. I'm a 3D artist. I want to become a character artist. Can you please advise me on how to do it? Well, let's take a look at your characters. Cyclops. Okay, so anatomy is not bad. We got a good thing. It's a little bit on the like the feet are really weird, man. Feet and hands. People tend to wait until the very end to do feet and hands, and I know why, because they're more complicated than other parts of the characters. But don't neglect the feet, man. Like, this is not finished. I would finish it. And what do I mean by finish it? I would finish doing the... Oh, he has shoes? I thought they were like the feet. That's why I thought they were finished. That's some weird shoes, man. Do some research on how like ancient shoes were made, because that looks very, very weird. So, again, we need to finish this. Like, that's a good sculpt, but unless we see it like with proper retopology and textures, it's difficult to evaluate. Hulk, work in progress, last year. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like works in progress. You posted this last year. It's been a year. It's not finished. It's weird, right? It's not a bad sculpt. Like, you were on a good path, but I'm not sure why you didn't finish it. That's why you should not do works in progress. Samurai, nice. I like some of the detail on this one. Metal edge were everywhere. You don't want that, so careful there. Your real courses is still coming, guys. As I mentioned, like last month, I could not really advance much. Like, I pretty much lost the whole July month due to my leg injury. So we're pretty much like back to 1 month. I wanted to have it ready for the end of this month, so for the end of August. It's not going to be possible, but it's going to be ready for September. So I'll keep you guys up to date. The face is not bad, man. You did a good job on the face. A little bit exaggerated on some of the pigments. But again, one thing that we're missing here. You guys are not... what are we missing? You guys can tell me. You guys already know what I'm going to tell Sagar here. What thing are we missing from this character? Something very simple that I want to see, because otherwise it's difficult to evaluate. What are we missing? The wireframe. Yeah, that's it. We're missing the wireframe. Yeah, because this could be like 500,000 polygons, and I don't know. Or it could be like 10,000 polygons, and I would be like completely impressed. So if we don't see the wireframe, it's very difficult for me to know whether or not this is optimized for games. Okay? Same for UVs. Like, how many UVs are we using? And then we have a couple of studies. Lion and enemy study. That's good. That's fine. Again, you have a clean, like a cute pink render. This one right here, I like it. It's like a pink clay. That's fine. Have it as your first shot, man. Just switch around. It's a simple thing. And then this dragon. So, Sagar, I think what you need, especially if you want to be a character artist, you need to show the full process. We do see it on the samurai, but we're missing the wireframe. It would be cool to see it on some of the other characters. And again, seeing the wireframe, seeing the maps, all of that stuff can really help us to evaluate your portfolio better. Let's now go with Juan Manuel. Let's see. Hi, my name is Juan Manuel Manchado. I'm originally from Argentina, but I've been living in Australia since 2022. I recently started a casual job teaching 3D at an institute. I hope to eventually find a position in the industry as a 3D character artist. Cheers. Oh, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, I've seen your stuff, man. Oh, dude. Yeah, your stuff is good. Like, this is a good portrait here from, what's her name? Jenna Ortega, right? Jenna Ortega. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, normally I don't recommend weeps, but since this is a good weep, to be honest, I would probably, like, keep it. What I see here, Juan Manuel, immediately is that you're missing more pieces. You have a really good one. This was really, really nice. It's a little bit on the dark side. Again, I would probably try to increase the illumination so that we can see him a little bit better. But this is really good, dude. Like, this is really, really nice. There we go. Nice breakdown. Love this breakdown. 54,000 trees. That's very nicely optimized. Yeah, this is good, man. This is good. Yep, nice sculpt. Nice render instead of Unreal. Yeah, I will probably just, again, just increase the light a little bit on this one to make him, like, show, or so you can see it a little bit more, because it's definitely a little bit on the dark side. But this is beautiful, man. This is really, really, really well done. And hopefully we don't get banned for this one, because it's a little bit suggestive. We got Siri here, like a cyberpunk version of Siri. I even asked you on the channel how you did this, because I was really impressed. And the fact that this is just two texture sets, it's amazing. Really, really good stuff for this one right here. I think what you're missing, man, is just a couple more. Like, you need just 2 more characters, maybe. Again, like a normal heroic male character, maybe like a monster, because 3 artworks does seem a little bit small for a portfolio. And it's weird because you have a really, really strong piece right here. So usually when I see people with this level of character detail and results, I usually see more stuff because this is not the first character you ever did, right? I'm pretty sure you've done more characters before. Maybe this is the first character that you feel really, really proud of, and that's why you're showing it off. But I would probably include a couple more characters, even if you have them, or just go through them a couple more times. Yeah, I would say 3 to 4 full characters should be more than enough for a junior character position. Now, another thing that's important, guys, and we've talked about this before, character positions are very high in demand. So if you can adapt some of this to do other things, like maybe like do a prop or like a little piece of environment, that could also open up opportunities as well, where you might start as a generalist doing a bunch of different things, and then you jump and transition into a character artist. But yeah, this one's really, really good, man. I love this one. Good stuff. Another thing, man, you're in Australia. Australia does have a relatively strong like industry, and you're not that far away from New Zealand, where there's a lot of things. Like this gives me a lot of like a Lord of the Rings vibe as well. Like that sort of like realism. It might be worth a shot to see if there's any openings over there as well. Now we go with Jamel Bustillo Sattori. No, Jamel Bustillo Sattori. Nice. We got some characters as well. Says, hi, my name is Jamel. I'm from the Philippines. I've been watching your video tutorials on YouTube. And I've learned so much. Just want to ask you a professional industry if my current portfolio is enough to land me just a character artist. I hate that question, guys. When people ask me, is my portfolio good enough? I don't know. Like, I can tell you what things I would change or I would improve, but it's not like I've seen the horrible portfolios get jobs, and I've seen amazing portfolios get rejected. It's so weird. Like, the industry is so weird, and it depends a lot on the studio that you're going, the situation of the industry. So there's a lot of factors involved, but I can't tell you whether or not like you fulfill the skill sets that I would be looking for on a character artist. My first look at this looks good. Shader Keeper, thanks for the follow. Let's see. Love the pose. Good sculpt. Good sculpt. Good sculpt. Good sculpt. Nice. Good UVs. Nice. The hair I don't love. I feel like the hair definitely looks a little bit blocky. Maybe this was the first time or one of the first times that you were doing hair. Especially the cut right here. It's very intense. Female haircuts tend to be very smooth. You always get like a nice like S-curves and things like that. So you might want to check that out. The only thing we're missing here, okay, it's a little bit on the heavy side, and I know that it can be because of the haircuts, but you're mentioning here that you have almost 200k polygons on the armor. That's way too much, man. Way too much, and I'm not sure why you have that much geometry. Like, maybe all of this trims right here, but you could definitely simplify this a little bit more. 300k for a full character like this, it's a little bit on the high side. Marlin, yeah. Okay, if you're doing capes, go for Marvelous, man. I'm not sure if you use Marvelous for this one. It doesn't seem like it, but if you're doing capes, go for that, or any type of cloth. You're gonna get more realistic results. It's not bad. Fan arts are always tricky, guys. As I've mentioned before, fan arts are really good because they're very recognizable, but you need to make sure you do a really good job. And I think in this case you did. 120k tris, that's fine. 5 UDIMs. Yeah, this is a good project. I would normally advise against doing like again this type of fan arts, but you did a good job. I think you did capture the character nicely. I haven't fought Marlin, so I'm not sure how close you were to some of the elements, but in general, most of the modeling is good. Let me check for the breaking music. Music. What's the music? Give me 1 second. I'm studying game design in Canada, and all my friends told me a good person is better than... Yeah. That's another thing, and we've mentioned this before. So, a lot of people will have really good portfolios. I've seen a lot of really good portfolios, and then when I meet the artists, they are very maybe socially insecure, or they don't know how to communicate properly, or they're just a dick or a douche. In those cases, like, sorry, I'm not gonna hire you, I'm not gonna work with you, because it's just like an uncomfortable situation for everyone. So that's why networking is so important. Like, trying to be a cool person, trying to meet people, be friendly to them, it's always a good way to open more opportunities for you. Change these bandages. They look very clay-like. They don't look like bandages, they look like like stripes of plastic, and it could be a texture thing, or it could be another part. I like that. If you are not an animator, don't animate. That would be my advice, man. Like, I understand why you were doing this. You were trying to follow the cinematic. This is a good shot right here. I like this sort of like lineup. But again, I think those bandages look a little bit weird. Now, here's one thing that I'm gonna be very honest with you, Joshmel or Jomel. You are doing a lot of fan art. I'm not sure if this is also a fan art. It says personal character design, so maybe this is not yours, but these two are fan arts. You might want to do something that's a little bit more original, because we've seen Joshua so many things, we've seen so many times, we've seen Malenia so many times. So if you want to, again, like, be separated from everyone else, you definitely want to try something a little bit more different. Let's see. Toasted said, I once got hired because the other candidate was an asshole. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Shader Keeper, yeah, man. We are here. Thanks for the support and for the follow. Let's see. Can I mention a person on YouTube for the guy who's doing environment? The guy has literally good and working on music. I make something. Yeah, of course, Mad Loco. You can mention people in here. You can mention people in here. I'm a game artist, but I have some issues. Sometimes I like to environment, sometimes I want to do character. What should I do to focus? If you would like to do like a little bit of everything, then you are just a generalist, man. And that's fine. I technically am a generalist because the stuff that I do here for the work that we produce, it's a little bit of everything. So I rig, I animate, I model environments, I model characters, I model creatures, I do rendering, I do particle effects. Like, I do a little bit of everything. So I'm technically a generalist, but I personally like to do more characters. If you rig your characters, but you're not great in animation, Sky Stacy, I would recommend to use Mixamo or like pre-built animations to see if they deform nicely. That would be my advice. Pedro Capillio says, hi, my name is Pedro. I have 2.5 years of experience in 3D art. I'm currently seeking a position as a hard surface artist, but I've found the job search to be quite challenging. Could you provide some advice on how to improve my portfolio? Of course. So, Pedro, the first thing that I notice here is that the elements that you're adding to your portfolio are a little bit, again, on the simple side of things. Like, what is this? Like, I understand that you did this project. They're like hairpins or something. But from a technical perspective, this is nothing, right? Like, this is not impressive. It's not that it's not good. If you were able to like sell this as a project or whatever, that's cool. But from a technical perspective, I know everyone who knows how to use the Quadro tool can make these elements right there. So you might not want to add this into your portfolio. And then again, when we're doing fan art, like this little R2D2 right here, you need to really make sure you know how to do it. There's a lot of very low poly looking things in here, and this is not really up to the quality part that we've seen R2D2 in games, in movies, and in other productions. So that's why fan art can be a double-edged sword. Yes, it's gonna get you views and likes, but if you don't do it the right way, like, look at this, man. Like, this is not ideal. Like, it's so dense, like so dense, and that's the problem. Like, at first I thought it was very low poly, and then I see the wireframe, it's so dense, so I don't really understand how you're optimizing your loops. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I mean, I always try to be as honest as possible, but sometimes honesty can come up as a rudeness or as being a douche, right? Metal edge were everywhere. Careful with that. Okay, your topology is a little bit better here, but still too high. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do for you, my friend, because I'm missing a little bit of information. I'm not sure if you're here, Pedro, if you're watching the stream, but here's the problem. I don't understand what your focus is. What I mean by this is, I know you mentioned you want to be a hard surface artist. Cool. For games or for film, because they're different. Based on the amount of topology that you're using, it gives me the idea that you're doing it for film. but based on the quality that I'm seeing, it kind of looks like you want to go for games. So it's a little bit difficult for me to give you an advice. But one thing I can tell you is you're using way too much geometry where you don't need it, and your textures are not as clean as they should be, okay? So try to work on that. If I could give you an advice for a course, I haven't done a hard surface course for this channel yet, but maybe take a look at the Blender course that I did, the AAA weapon for games, because that's going to give you a good understanding of where we want to have the density of the objects and where we don't want to have the density of the objects, and that should give you a better understanding on how to properly prepare your textures. Let's see. What part of shadows is different from the center? Stokes said, if we want to work in the industry, we have to be comfortable with feedback. So whatever he says, don't take it personally, use it to grow. Yeah, exactly, guys. And that's this week we had a video on the channel talking about like university education versus self-taught education, pros and cons and things like that. And one of the things that I mentioned is that one of the cool things about going to a school is that you are going to get feedback, and your work is going to get shit on in front of everyone else's, and you're going to learn. That's the kind of stuff that you're going to be like learning about, and usually people will do it in a way to make you grow as an artist, not to make you feel bad. I had a teacher who was really douchey, and he would do it to make you feel bad. He eventually got fired. So yeah, you might get some bad experiences, but it's important that you learn how to take that criticism, the fact that it's against your work, or the criticism goes towards your work, not against, towards your work, and not towards you as an artist. Karma, the portfolio is, Mr. V, the portfolio review is now closed, so you're not going to be able to submit for this portfolio review right now, but we have one portfolio review every month, so the next month portfolio review is going to be opening in September. Make sure to join our Discord channel so that you can get your stuff, like, seen. We're now gonna go with Mironenko. Edward Mironenko, 3D character artist, has hi Abe, thank you for organizing these feedback sessions. They're very impactful and useful. I'd like to take this opportunity to participate. I'll be happy to hear feedback and constructive criticism. Okay, let's take a couple of these things out. This plane right here and this thing right here, not really needed on your portfolio. I really like this one. It's a fun one. Fun little shaman character, like a little witch or something. Yeah, this is fun. I wouldn't even call it a practice, since you did finish the whole thing, so you did the whole process. Careful with the topology, man. Like, you don't want to have this super long polygons, especially here on the arm. You usually want evenly distributed topology so that you have a better bend, because that bend right there is not really going to help you. But texture-wise, I like it. It's a good character. It would be fun if you could rig it. And it would be nice to see the low poly version, because I know this is sort of like a subdivided version. Let's go over on this side. Now this one, stylized dwarf wizard. Yeah, not bad. Again, good sculpt. This is not how I would sculpt it, to be honest. Usually when you sculpt a character, you want to sculpt it in a B pose. I'm not sure if you have a B pose of this character. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible to rig, because it's like a weird T pose thing. But you usually want to sculpt it on a normal pose. But it's a good sculpt. It's a good retopo. It's good textures. I don't love this breakdown here, because you're giving more importance to Barto, the name, and this thing right here, rather than to the character itself. So I'll probably change that a little bit. Bring more light in this one. It's not, again, it's not a bad character. I don't love the fur. Or actually, no, now that I see it, it's a little bit on the... It's not as good as the other ones, man. It's the rigging. Here you messed with the rigging somewhere, because the hands don't look bad on this sort of like ZBrush sculpt. The fur does look a little bit lumpy. I would make it a little bit sharper so that it doesn't look like just like balls of clay. It looks a little bit more like hair. And something happened here on the pose, because this is a very sort of like unnatural pose. And again, it's definitely on the sort of like dark side of things. Like, don't really see or appreciate the character as much. Just increase the light, especially this super dark shadows right here. You usually don't want to have that. Let's go on the next one. And this one, it's definitely improving. You're doing this sort of like style, this paint style that's like a mix between sort of like hand painted and like Fortnite style or something. Proportions wise, I think you're fine. But the face is a little bit on the uncanny valley. And very important here, you're not opening the mouth. You definitely, if you want to be a character artist, you need to know how to open the mouth, because not every character is going to be with the mouth closed. So, yeah. The fur definitely improved compared to the other one. It's a very tricky hair. Even to rig, it's gonna be complicated, but I understand that that might be the design, so that's fine. How many triangles do we have? Oh man, you should not have done this. You should not have done this. See, including the concept to your character is always a double-edged sword, guys. Always. And here's why. Because I can just have them side by side. And I can tell you, hey, you missed the mark on a lot of things. So again, this is not to make you feel bad or anything, it's to help you out. So here's what I see comparing both elements right here. You did manage to capture a lot of the details, but for whatever reason, you decided that you knew better than the concept artist and you changed the color of the objects. That's not usually what you want to do. If you have a concept, follow it, okay? Follow the concept. Proportions, she's very stylized. Small head, really long body, really long legs, really slim waist. You went a little bit more realistic. Check the how hard they stylized here, for instance, the forearms, and you went for some more traditional forearms. So all of those things you need to keep in mind. Then you're missing coins here on the breast area. You're missing the helmet. That's a very important part of the character. Like, I'm not sure why you decided not to include the helmet, but it's a very, very important part of the silhouette and the design of this character. So you definitely need to include it. The colors, again, like this are way brighter. It's a little bit darker, brighter, darker. So you gotta change that. This tattoo right here, no, that's not the tattoo. She has like a very traditional sort of like Celtic nuts over here, and you went for a modern version of a snake. So again, that's not what you want to do. Yeah, like look at how long or how far this like little like skirt thing falls. It goes all the way to mid lower leg, and you stop right here. So all of those details that I'm mentioning, my friend, all of those details are things that other people will like see as well. She has white hair on some parts of the hair. We're missing those. The earrings are way bigger. Yours are a little bit smaller. So yeah, that's those are the details that people will notice on your stuff. And if you don't have them, it's just gonna like take away points. So be very careful when you're following a concept, because you have a very clean concept. You need to learn how to observe this concept. And again, I did a video last week. Check that one. 5 layers of information. It's called the 5 layers of information on how to extract this thing from your character. Okay, so go for that. We have a tutorial about how to render trees we created in SpeedTree, not in Unreal, just like a lone tree bit in Max. No, I don't have one, Setlan. But actually, that's not a bad idea for next week. We might do one of those for next week. Let's see. Hi, Abe. I'm from Brazil. I'm trying to get an opportunity in industry. Gustavo Maciel. I like making props and assets. Let's take a look. Good shot right here. That's a good shot. But I'm gonna show you something. Let's go with this one. Guys, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. You need to start thinking. This is a secret. I need you guys to listen very, very carefully, okay? Can you do that? I'm gonna teach you a secret. Complexity out of simplicity. Just duplicate your objects. Okay? Just do it like this. Let's mask this thing out behind the other one. Click it again. Flip it. Make it smaller. Right? And this kind of stuff, like just making your like scene filled with more stuff, is way more interesting than having a single like abandoned wagon. Take one of this and maybe destroy half of it or something. Like remove some pieces. Like just leave the in this case the roof right there, and have it there in the background, sort of like sunken, an abandoned thing or something. Like, you already have the assets. This is the important thing. You guys already have the assets. So just reuse them. Reuse them. You have a barrel. Have another barrel here. You have a sack of flour. Have another one right here. Have a tree. Have one on the foreground, right? For instance, here, there's another very common thing that you can do. Like, if you have a tree, just have a tree on the background. A couple of trees on the background. And once you add a little bit of, like, a depth of field, right? They're going to be blurred out. And that composition right there looks a little bit more interesting because you're framing things so that we focus specifically on what we need to focus as an audience. Okay? Always think about that. Actually, let's convert this into a short because I know this is going to be good information. When you have a scene and you want to make it more interesting, you always need to think about what's on the foreground, what's on the midground, what's on the background. You already have a cool object here on the midground. Like, that's perfect. But we don't have a background. We really don't have a background. It's just like fog, empty fog. And that's not what we want. So, in order to create a foreground, for instance, here, we can just add a couple of, like branching out trees or something. Right? Let's add a couple of, like, extra branches right there, and we blur this thing because there's going to be some depth of field. Now we blur this thing, and that's going to give us an interesting foreground. That already frames things in a better light. Now, what do we add on the background? Usually a sky is a good idea. Now, I know there's a lot of fog right there, but we can add, for instance, like a forest misty background. If you want to add mist, that's fine. But again, let's add something there on the background. It's a little bit more interesting. Right now I'm doing this like super fast, of course. Right? That's it. Just a little bit of something there on the background. And now, even though it's like lost there, we can even like blur this again. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Like, just the scene makes it look like a little bit more interesting because instead of seeing nothing, now we see something, right? So look at how much this thing makes the scene change. From this, which is our basic render, to this. We go from a showcase of a model to a shot in a film. You want to go the extra mile here? This is a little trick that I like, sort of like my personal touch on some of the things that I do. But just adding a letterbox also helps the whole thing. That's it. Now it looks like a shot from a cinematic, and it was just Photoshop that we did here. So it's very, very important, again, that when you're trying to like present your stuff, you present it in the best possible way. I don't know how I'm gonna edit that into a short, but but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Okay, so when you're presenting something, you always need to think about foreground, midground, and background so that you make something that looks interesting. Anyway, let's go back here to Gustavo. Sorry, Gustavo, for taking your stuff and making it into a reel. This is amazing, man. You have a really good eye for texturing. I love the texturing details that you're doing here. So this phone right here, but again, same advice that I've been giving throughout this session, and I think that's going to be like the main motto of this portfolio review. Complexity out of simplicity. You have a grenade case, very good grenade case. Take one out, put it on the side, do a wooden table, do a wooden wall, and now you have a full scene instead of just a prop, right? So we always need to think about, and this is an advice that was given to me again when I was a student, always think about how your object is going to be used in a production, and that's how you make it or showcase it so that you get the best possible results. Same thing for this one. Like, this is a really good shot, and it's so simple. Background, little table, painting stuff, that's it. This is your shot. So I would rather see this than see this, right? Because this tells me where, in context with a story or with a production, this object is going to be. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Can one thing is enough for a portfolio, Shibang? No, one piece, it's not enough for a portfolio. You need at least a couple. My advice, 5 pieces. That's a good number for a junior artist. 5 pieces. I need to do a compositing course. I'm not a compositor. I know how to use Photoshop, so I can definitely teach this. We definitely want to do a render course. We're thinking about doing a Marmoset course soon, so that one's gonna be coming. But yeah. But yeah, good stuff, man. Gustavo, love this one, by the way. Again, thank you for sharing with us, because this is a good one. Just take my advice. Again, you have a lot of props. Just use them to populate the scene, and then you can showcase this. Again, careful here. I'm not sure if the normal map is missing or something, but it's a good shot. It's a good asset. Like I really like this one. Again, I prefer, instead of seeing this, I prefer seeing this with a little bit more life, you know, and then you show me this. That's awesome. That means that you understand the production things that we're looking for. Let's go now with Emmanuel. We're almost getting to the halfway point. Oh, now this is nice. This is how I like to see a portfolio, character portfolio. This is really good, man. It's really good because I immediately see that you do creatures and characters. That's awesome. Let's take a look. Let's get rid of some of the old stuff, man. Like this Rengoku, not up to your level. This is Speedy Gonzalez, not up to your level. Everything else you can keep, even if some of it is old. Maybe this dog, it could go out. So do a little bit of filter here, a little bit of cleanup on your portfolio. But let's take a look at some of the new stuff. Valkyrie. Okay, you gotta be careful with this, man. You gotta be careful with this. And this is something that I see all the time. You want to avoid this ugly elements right here, okay? So this thing right here, the fact that it's all wobbly, that means that you probably just went into ZBrush. The hell? It probably just means that you went into ZBrush and used Damien Standard and freehand this thing right here. You don't want to do that. You use the slice brush in ZBrush to really cut in there, like separate each segment, clean it up, have it in separate pieces, and then you bake it down, okay? Because otherwise it looks very, very ugly. Very dense, man. Very dense. Again, I'm sorry that I'm calling you out, but that's you submitted to the portfolio review, and I want to help you out. This is not good. No bueno. No bueno. That's how my teachers used to tell me. No bueno. No bueno. Not good. So, why is this not good, guys? Can you guys tell me, why is this not good? Why is this not good here on the belt? Why is this not good on this other strap? Because it's too dense. This is too dense on the element. So for instance, this thing right here, the way you simplify it, yes, you go with the edge loop that you had right there, but then you make it way, way smaller, like this. Okay? So that's a more appropriate sort of like resolution for an asset like this. And then if you want to smooth it out, you smooth it out. But it's horrible to have so many lines in this part right here. You don't need that. Same for this belt right here. Like, you just need one square, maybe two faces, and just simplify. You don't need all that stuff. I'm guessing, and I'm sorry that I'm calling you out, but I'm guessing that you just use Siri Mesher for it as well. And I can see it here because of the retopology here on the mouth. That's not good. That's not right, man. And I'm sorry. I know we had the short last week, and it did pretty well. We're talking about topology. Like, this is why I need to talk about topology, because it's a great character. I love the character. I love the concept. Even the texture is not bad, but this is just not gonna work in production. It might work, but it's just gonna be so freaking heavy, and there's no need for it to be that heavy. Okay? Now let's take a look if you did the same thing on your other characters, like this one right here. Because again, this is a cool character. It reminds me of the guy from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's a good sculpt. Textures look fine. I don't see a wireframe, so it's difficult to evaluate. And based on the other one, I can have my suspicion on whether or not you were able to do it. That's a nice action. Again, nice exercise. Topology-wise, again, I kind of see Siri Mesher, man. Are you doing your retopology? Because that's tricky, right? Detail here is very exaggerated, very intense. Yeah, see, so that topology there, man, not ideal. Not ideal. This one does look like you actually retopologized thing a little bit better, but there's ways to handle this. And sorry for doing promo right now, but we got that question, and I just want to answer it. We cover specifically that in this course right here. I show exactly how to do the retopology for this kind of like creatures, so that you have the best possible resolution and your work shows you the best possible result. Okay, so I see your stuff, man. It looks good, Emmanuel. It looks good. You have some really like nice ideas. I really like it, but I'm really curious about how you're handling your retopology, because sculpting wise you're fine. Like sculpting is okay, I like it, but how are you retopologizing this, if you're retopologizing? So that's the stuff. That's it. I think I missed that. I think we need Photoshop course. Yeah, do it in the context of feedback skills for folks going from mid-level to senior, and you'll have a solid offering. Yeah, that could work. Well, help me change my mentality about topology was hearing you just need enough and minimum to hold the overall shape of that object. If it goes over that, it's probably exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna be a character artist, you need to know your retopology. And even if you're gonna be a prop artist, you need to learn your retopology. Like, retopology is one of those skills that as an artist is gonna be very valuable for you and your portfolio. Will it go away in the next couple of years thanks to AI? I don't know, but it's not going away today. It's not going away in the next 2 months. So you definitely need to be on the top of your game there. Let's now go with Atul Harides. Says, I'm a self-taught 3D character artist. I will be amazing to get a review on my portfolio for future job stuff. Okay, this is really good. Oh my god. This likeness is amazing, man. Hair can definitely get a little bit more polished. I think it looks too thick in certain areas and too thin on others. So it could definitely be improved. But the face, really nice work on the face, man. Profile's a little bit weird. The ears look a little bit too big. I know he's very caricature-esque. The front looks very nice. Texturing also looks very nice. Now, this is definitely not for games. This is more for like a cinematic. It's good stuff, man. Again, the only thing I'm missing is just a wireframe to see whether or not you're following proper deformation things. But the shader, the subsurface is a little bit on the heavy side, I would say, Atul. Just a little bit. You can probably bring that down. And again, the hair definitely could use a second pass. Moody. This is India's president, right? I think. Okay. Good topology. In this one, I don't love the render. I feel like the render is a little bit on the dark side of things, so you could definitely add more light. It looks to be on the shadow, and when you're in the shadow, you lose a lot of depth. And again, the hair. The hair on the top looks good. It's the beard. It looks very... like, I can see all of the little clumpiness on the element, so... Sadie Sink. She's from Stranger Things. The hair looks good on this one. Topology is fine. I don't remember this dress. I'm not sure if it's from the series or somewhere else. The dress does look a little bit stiff, to be honest. Eyes also look a little bit dead. Eyes are tricky. Eyes are very tricky. Yeah, not a huge fan of the pose there, man. But okay, so I can definitely see the improvement. Like going from this one right here to this one right here, it's quite a big of an improvement. I would go back to some of these guys right here, like the He-Man, and just improve the rendering, man. Improve the rendering, because it looks very weird. Like the rendering looks like you're just using a basic HDRI and that's it. And it's not really helping you. So you might need to do some portrait rendering, a little bit closer to what you did here with Rowan Atkinson. But this is good stuff, man. This is definitely not for... what's the word? This is definitely not for games. This is for cinematics. So that's great. And again, you want to look at that? Look at Blur. Blur Cinematics, Blur Studio. They recently announced on the Gamescom. We were watching it this Wednesday. Was it this Wednesday? Yes, it was, right? We're watching it, and they announced that they're doing this project where they're going to be showing like shorts. But this is the quality, right? Like, again, this is what I was telling you. If you want to be working as a character artist at Blur, you gotta watch what Blur is doing, and you gotta match that quality. So look at how they're handling the subsurface. See how it's only on certain parts? That's what you want to go for. Okay, let's Let's go for the next one. Muali says, hey Abe, I've been trying to become a prop artist for quite some time now, but I'm not sure whether my portfolio is ready enough to be considered in the industry ready. In the past 1-2 years, I have really been successful with having a place to work with my set of skills. At least within my country. I was wondering if I should branch out and become more of a journalist showcase. Okay, let's take a look. Night chess piece. I don't know, man. I'm a huge chess fan as well. You guys know that. It's a good, like, amount of resolution, but looks like a donkey. The ears, I don't like the ears. The rest of the elements is fine, but I don't like the ears. And again, if it's something that you can do relatively fast, like I know that piece can be done in like a day, do the whole chess set. It's not just one. You need to do more. This one's look good. I really like the work here on the texture. That's a nice one. Looks a little bit lumpy here on the top part. Usually this like band tends to be like hard surfacey, and then you have the cushion thing. So the cushion thing looks fine, but then this band again looks a little bit weird. We will need to take a look at the reference. It's a good optimization. What's this? A gun. Vintores. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, Skowali, I guess the issue that I see with your portfolio, or my advice, is that again I see a lot of simple things, and I don't see this within the context of where this is gonna be like used, right? When I was graduating, I had a friend of mine, and he eventually went into destruction and simulation things. But one thing that he did is he did a lot of very like advanced models, right? So instead of doing just like this bazooka, this matador, he would have done a tank. Like a tank is challenging, because that's the thing. Like if you can model this thing, I know you can model the thing from the tank, right? Like this part right here. But my question is, can you model everything else, right? Like, do you have the skills to model really complex things? Because right now, if I take a look at your portfolio, it's all guns, right? And yes, guns are complex. Like all of this thing, that's a really good job you did there on those parts. But guns are usually cylinders and planes. A couple of extrusions here and there, and that's it. So we don't really see really complex elements. You might want to try doing something a little bit more advanced, more ambitious. Yeah, also, that's a good point, Wendy. The thumbnails right here, they're very zoomed in, so you really can't see the whole gun. You can see the detail, which again is fine. Now, I'm gonna give you guys another sort of like a hard reality, like this one right here. If I need a gun, if I'm doing a game in my studio or whatever, we're like, hey, we need a gun. Like one of my favorite guns is the P90. I'm just gonna look for P90 3D model. I'm gonna go to Turbo Squid. I'm gonna find a model like this one right here. This is good enough. Like what's easy? From a business perspective, I need you guys to take out your artist hat and put on your business hat. From a business perspective, what's better? For me to just go in here and buy a model for $80, or for me to hire an artist, such as in this case a Skowali, and pay him, I don't know, $500, $1,000 for him to do this model. I know he's going to do a better job than this one. And this is not a bad model, but I know he can do an even better job than this one. But again, from a business perspective, if you're a small studio and you're doing your first like zombie shooter or whatever, sometimes it's just easier to buy this and that's it. And I'm going to hire my 3D artist to do things that I cannot buy, things that I cannot get from the internet. So that's why it's very, very important that you show in your art station, in your portfolio, that you can do things that no one else can, or that only very few people can. This is where someone like Vitaly Volgarov, for instance, comes into play, right? Because I cannot get or buy one Vitaly Volgarov model. If I need to do like a sci-fi like animal character, right? Like he did this docs a couple of several years ago. This is not something that I can get in Turbo Squid. Only Vitaly can do something like this. So that's why I'm gonna hire Vitaly and pay him a lot of money to do a specific model that only he can do. But if I just need a gun like this one or any other one, like AK-47 and stuff like that, it's cheaper for me as a studio to just buy the model and use it within our game than it is for me to hire someone to do it from scratch. Okay? So if you want to do guns, fine. Look for gun concept art and find a gun that hasn't been done before. Something crazy, right? Like This one right here. Because if you can show me you can do this, and I'm doing a sci-fi game and I cannot buy the guns online, then I'm gonna hire you because you have the skills to do this. But something that as traditional as all of these weapons right here, it can be a little bit tricky. Okay? Let's see. Is the series character course good for Blender users? Oh no, the tools are quite different, Jose Pedro. I mean, the principles are the same. But yeah, it's difficult. Bro, thanks for giving guidance. Now we'll leave this field and join that business, and I won't be able to follow your tutorials anymore. Well, I mean, oh man, that's a tricky question or a tricky comment, because you gotta ask yourself, why are you doing this? Are you doing this for the money? Literally, go to any other field. Like, I mentioned this on the last video. If you want to be a millionaire and like have a Bugatti and live in a freaking mansion and just be a 3D modeler, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Like, I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna happen. So, but if you want to make a living and you want to like make something cool and you want to be part of like amazing projects and meet great people, this is the place to be. Like, we do this. If you're an artist and you're doing this for the money, you're doing it for the wrong reason. We do this because we want to do it. We do this because we have a passion inside of us that we want to use it to create things, right? Like, we want to create things, we want to express ourselves, and it is definitely a privilege to be an artist, because not everyone can make a living for being an artist. Being a 3D artist definitely has, I would say, more options, but it's one of those things that you need to understand, or you need to be very honest with yourself and really understand why you're doing this. Okay, again, it's not for the money. We don't do this for the money. If I wanted to do this for the money, believe me, I would have changed careers a long time ago. I would go and buy real estate and sell it. I would go and I don't know, like there's so many other areas or jobs or things where you really make a lot of money. To me, that's not fulfilling, and you only have one life, or at least I believe you do. And I want to make the best out of my life, and if that means I'm going to be an artist and I might not be a millionaire, fine, because that's a decision that I'm taking, right? And that's what you need to also evaluate for yourself. And yeah, it's not only for you, Mr. Oprof, it's for everyone, because I do get that question a lot. It's like, oh, if I'm an artist and I'm really good, like Vitaly Bulgarov or Rafael Grassetti, am I gonna be a millionaire? Like, Rafael Grassetti and Vitaly Bulgarov are amazing artists. I don't think they'll ever be as rich as Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or any of these like ultra millionaires out there. That's why you need to be very honest with yourself and ask yourself, what do I want with my life? If I just want to do art and cool stuff, go for it. If you want to get money, I'm telling you, this is not the way to do it, okay? This is not the way to do it. Yeah, I think I can do that video as well, Shri 3D. I can do a video of how to use Photoshop to take a render and just like make it look a little bit better. Okay, so this is Abraham. There you go. Same name. I'm a 3D character artist. It would be awesome to get a review of my portfolio of my skills. Okay, so again, first thing first, take out any 2D stuff. If you want to be a 3D artist, don't do 2D stuff. If you want to do a 2D artist, then don't do 3D stuff. It's not like I've actually never met someone who was hired as a 3D artist and then asked to do 2D stuff, or someone who was hired as a 2D artist and then asked to do 3D stuff. Yeah, and Foxstar 3D, that's what I mentioned on the video. This career, like, you can definitely make out a living by being a 3D artist. I've done it for the past 10 years. I know people who have done it for a long time. Is it a very cyclical like industry where sometimes you're gonna have really good years and sometimes you're gonna have really bad years? Yes, because if you're like chasing projects, there's definitely gonna be a little bit of up and downs. But I've mentioned this on the video. I have friends who are doctors, I have friends who are lawyers, I have friends who are accountants, I have friends who are software developers, and I've heard them saying the same thing. Like, for instance, I'm not sure if you have friends who are in the medical industry. When I was a student, or when I graduated and I was gonna be a doctor, a lot of people told you, oh yeah, if you're a doctor, you're gonna be rich. Like, you're not gonna have to worry about it. That's not the reality anymore. I have doctor friends who work for a very low paying wage, and it's unfortunate because they're actually doing something that's helpful for society. We're just doing cool characters and 3D prints and games, right? They're actually saving people's lives and they're not getting paid enough. Teachers are not being paid enough. Like society right now, it's in a very like like shitty place, I would say. So if you can make a living doing art, I think you're already privileged and you should value that. Yes, there's some people that do concept art and matte painting in 3D, but that's for the side purposes, right, Satlan? So it's not really for production. Most of those designs are only going to be used as a guideline for the artists that are going to translate that into a workable asset. So Arvind, I think you have a cool stuff right here. Swami. It's interesting because, for instance, on this one, you show a good understanding of some of the forms and anatomy, and then on this one, you don't. So this thing right here, like, you completely butchered the lower legs and the upper legs. Like, that's not how the muscles work. The top part of the character is fine, but the bottom part is missing a little bit. The face also needs some form, like, changes. And then same for this Superman. So I definitely see that you understand the basics of the tools. You understand how the tools work, such as ZBrush. But for you, again, I would probably recommend the anatomy course. This one right here. So in this course, we go over like the forms of anatomy, posing, and all that stuff, and you're probably gonna get good value of understanding those things for your purposes. Another thing that I see, and this is again very obvious from your work, is that I'm not seeing the full process. I only see that in this oil tint, but not on characters. So if you want to be a character artist, you need to show how to do the full character, right? So you need to show how to do retopology, UVs, texturing, all that stuff. Yes, there might be some companies that, like, I do that as well. Like I since our studio is small right now, there's only 3 of us in the studio. It's a very small team. I need to do graphic design. I need to do logos. I need to do banners. I need to do, like, here, just here in the channel, I do the editing. I do the thumbnails. I do the shorts. I do pretty much everything related to the content that we upload. That's me, right? So yes, there might be times where you're gonna have to do a little bit of everything. It depends. But in a big production, like if you're working, again, AAA studios or things like that, you're not gonna do that. Yes. So if you're starting ZBrush, this one, the ZBrush stylized characters like course, this one is focused on creating this character, this Oni, but the first 2 chapters are really good introductions to ZBrush. We go over the basic stuff and the basic modeling things, including this one here, ZBrush tools. We go over modelers, subdivisions, we do a little bit of an environment, and then we jump into the Oni. And as we go through the Oni, I explain a lot of like modeling tools and sculpting tools that you can use for your character. Hola, Sarah? That's Sarah? Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Go to the next one. This is Vavin Vardia. Says, hello, I'm a self-taught character artist, prop artist. If I can get some feedback, I'm a complete fresher with no industry experience, so there might be a few things I don't know about. Okay, so first thing I noticed is that we don't have a lot of complete characters. You do have a lot of stuff, though. A lot of stuff. Yeah, I love this robots. These are very cool as exercises. Yeah, so same stuff. Study, guys. Don't include studies in your portfolio. You really don't need to do that. Like, if you can show me you did this, I know you can do a rock. So this is a cool one right here. We need to wireframe. So I'm not sure if you're using booleans. Like, you must have done some clean stuff, because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to texture this. But the wireframes are always good, also to see the density. Real-time hair. Yeah, it's a good start here for the real-time hair. And then you have a better model. This one's actually not that bad. My question is, and you do need to specify this, my friend. If you're not doing the male character face, you need to specify that, because right now I see this and it's like, oh, this dude could do a character. This is looking good, but I'm not sure if you could or not, because we're not seeing the description. You're mentioning the hair, and the hair looks fine, but we're not seeing, or I don't know if you can do anything else. Now I'm gonna give you a very harsh critique here in just a second. First of all, we're missing some full characters. I'm not seeing full characters. It's the first one that I see, and it's not great, especially the skin. The suit and the pants look fine, but the character itself, it's a little bit weird. Full character, okay, not bad. So here's something that I find interesting, guys. Yeah, right. Actually, let me write that down, because I think that's like, it would be cool to do a short, like, 5 things you need to include in your portfolio or something like that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea for a short. Okay. Oh man, I'm gonna go. And again, this is not against you, Vavin, but this thing right here sort of like triggered it for me. Let's go full screen. Where is the full screen? There we go. I don't like like, I understand why they do it, like in LinkedIn and in our station, open for opportunities, open to work and stuff like that. It's good to let people know that you're available, right? Like that's what it means. It means that it's available. But I've seen this more and more in recent years, and I'm not sure if it's a generational thing. I'm not sure if it's an industry thing. I'm not sure if that's like just like the way people think. But I've never liked people who are open for opportunities, because that to me feels like a very entitled approach to life. When you say I'm open for opportunities, to me, it kind of looks like you are out there with a sign saying, hey, please hire me. And I've always felt that that's weird. Like, why should I hire you? Just because you're asking for it? It feels a little bit entitled, you know? And again, I'm not taking this personally against like anyone who's been expressing this in the messages. I'm just saying, what are you doing to be a good candidate, right? Because it's not the same thing for a studio to say, hey, we're hiring, please send your submissions, that it is for you to be in your computer in your studio. It's like, hey, I'm looking for work, please hire me. Like, why? Like, you should be the one taking the first step, going out there and being like, hey, my name is Abe, I do this, are you guys hiring? Oh yes, we're hiring. Oh cool, here's what I do. Or no, we're not hiring. Oh, okay, cool. Well, maybe in the future, right? So I know there's this stigma right now with again newer generations who don't like to work and stuff like that. I don't see that in our industry, because I see a lot of people who are like actively looking for that work. But I do feel like a lot of people are just like, again, waiting for the opportunity to come to them, when you should be the one like building the opportunities yourself, like looking for those opportunities. So if you're not out there networking, if you're not going to meetings, to gather ups, to conventions, if you're not in the forums, like sharing your stuff, talking about things, this is very important, I'm gonna mention this in just a second, then you are sort of like just waiting for that perfect moment to, like, you're just waiting for Blizzard to like knock on your door and like, hey, we saw your portfolio, come with us, you're gonna be part of the team now. That's not how it works. And you can ask this to anyone in the industry. Most people will find their first jobs or their first couple of jobs from reference, from knowing other people. And you're only going to be able to get those opportunities if you go out there and you actually make yourself available to meet those people. I read something in Reddit a couple of weeks ago of someone asking for advice on their portfolio. And it was just like lurking on the comments, and there was somebody that said, hey, I'm a professional in the industry, and one thing that I hate is that if I'm in a convention, some like usually young student will approach me because they see that I'm a little bit older or something, and I might be talking with my friend about whatever, the next game coming out or whatever, and they'll be like, hey, can you take a look at my portfolio? It's like, sure, I mean, you're not gonna be a dick or a douche, but that's not the moment, right? Like, that's not how you approach people, that's not how you meet people. So when you're meeting someone, it should not be your goal to get something out of the person, right? It should be your goal to get to know the person, to see what you can bring into the conversation. And then if they say like, oh, this is a cool dude, then after a little bit you ask them, hey, what do you do? Are you looking for a job? Stuff like that, right? So it's very important that you do that. And and this is something that can be like potentially again used in other areas of your life. I remember this was an advice that I got when I was younger and I was in that dating like scenario. Like, if you go to someone that you want to date and you immediately open with, would you like to go out with me? The odds of you being turned down are so high, because like, what the hell, dude? Like, that's so random. Same thing here with the 3D stuff. If you go to someone that's like, hey, can you look at my portfolio? I want a job. It's like, wait, dude, like, I didn't even tell you if I'm hiring or not. Like, That's not the proper situation. That's why I like to do this sort of stuff, this like portfolio reviews, because it's a good, like, safe place to talk about your portfolio and to help you with your portfolio. But when you're out there, your main focus should be to get to know people, to get to interact with people, to get to just meet and wait for those serendipity moments, for that opportunity to arise, and someone to be like, oh, are you a 3D artist? Yes, I am. Oh, cool. Do you have your portfolio with you? Yes, of course. Boom. Oh, that's cool. Hey, let me give you a call. Here's my message. Stuff like that, right? So exactly. There's a lot of that thing, that one artist, where people are just out there asking for a job. It's like, hire me. Dude, I'm not hiring. Or if I'm hiring, why would I hire you? Just because you told me to hire you? No. So what's my advice? Someone is asking here. Forums, Polycount. Yes. So if you're in Polycount and you're in the forum, don't go out there and be like, hey guys, I'm a 3D artist. I'm looking for a job. Here's my portfolio. It's difficult, but you could be like, hey guys, I'm a 3D artist. I have this piece right here. I'm wondering, what would you do different with the hair? I'm having issues with it. And you're gonna get responses. People are gonna be giving you their feedback or their options or things like that, because you're asking for help, not asking for a job. But then if someone sees your portfolio, it's like, oh damn, this dude's actually good. Who's this guy? And they're gonna go to your art station, and that's how you get connections. Or maybe you find someone asking for help and you help them. It's like, hey, I would do this in this way or differently. That's how, again, you build opportunities. It's a complicated world, guys. I'm not gonna deny it, and I'm just like rambling right now. Let's go back to portfolios. But it's important that you understand that we are not entitled to anything. You need to build up that sort of like goodwill. You need to be a nice person. You need to be a nice artist, and you need to be part of this community in such a way that you are, again, contributing somehow. And that way, people are going to, again, help you out, right? Because if you're just like sort of like asking for help, asking for opportunities, asking for a job, my question is, what are you giving back? What are you offering to the, again, to the community, to the world? Like, what is like, oh, that's exactly. That's a great question, that one, 3 hours. But yeah, like, put yourself in the position, like, if you were someone who had the opportunity to hire someone else, what would you expect people to be asking you, right? Like, if you're someone out there, like, what kind of stuff would you like to hear? What kind of conversations would you like to have? Because you don't want to be that annoying artist that's just like asking for things. You want to be that cool artist that is sharing and contributing, again, to the conversation. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry for the rambling there, but it's just important that you guys understand it, because especially here in portfolio review, I get a lot of those messages of people saying, I'm not landing a job, I'm not finding a job. It's like, are you even going outside of your house? Like, are you going to the store? Are you going to like a business, like at the corner of your neighborhood, and saying, hey, could we collaborate? Like, maybe there's like a little coffee shop is like, hey, should we do like a little animation? Maybe you can pay a lot, but that's going to give me a portfolio piece. That might give me a connection. Like, there's so many opportunities out there, and people are just like blindly waiting for the perfect time to come instead of going out there and looking for that perfect like moment or perfect opportunity. So be on the lookout for that, guys. Be on the lookout for that. Transactional conversations are forgettable 100%. Yes, exactly. I agree. Exactly. Look at this, what Rixu is saying on Twitch. He says, I've gone to events, spoken to great professionals, and walk out without asking for their LinkedIn or a portfolio review. I usually want to have a friendly conversation. Funny thing is, every time I've done that, they've been the ones to ask for my contact info to follow up. Yes, it happened to me a couple of days ago. I was talking to some artists, and one of them did knew me. Like, he knew what I did with socials and all that stuff, and the others didn't. And I didn't push for my socials like, oh yeah, follow me on Instagram and make sure to follow my YouTube channel. I don't do that on my casual conversations, of course, right? So, and the funny thing is, a couple of hours later, I noticed that they were now following me on Instagram and on YouTube. It's like, hey, there we go. Like, people will know you for your work and what you do. You don't need to be there like 24/7, like, please do this, please come here, please. Like, that's not how it works, okay? That's not how it works. Advices to learn English? That's a good one. That's a new one. It's the first time we've been asked that, where I've been asked that. Watch movies, read books, and listen to not to conversations, right? Like, but listen to English audios, like podcasts or things like that. That's a good way to learn English. So yeah, Vavid. Oh, sorry, guys. My advice for you, my friend, is we need more full characters, we need more wireframes, and we need to really like determine specifically what you want to do. If you want to do a character artist, again, you need to show me a full character. Oh my god. That's getting very cold. What the hell? I'm gonna turn this off a little bit. I'm getting chilly now. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's... I think we're halfway through. Let me... You know what, guys? Give me just 2 minutes. I need to go and get more water, because I'm talking quite a bit. Give me just 2 minutes, okay? We're gonna be right back. I'm gonna leave this on. Just 2 minutes, guys. 1 second. We're back. Antov, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. We are doing portfolio review today. We're more. Yeah, this freezer is killing me. Okay, so let's move to the next one. It says, hi, I'm Ihab Munir. I've been doing a 3D design. I've been a 3D designer in the field for 2 years, but I have not been able to collect money. Can you please develop me skills and earn money? Okay, so as I've mentioned before, if you want to make money in this industry, what you need to do is offer a product, okay? That's it. As an artist, when you're hired in a studio, your product is characters, props, things like that. So right now, I don't really see anything in your portfolio that tells me, hey, I'm offering a product. Like this shisha right here could be for like maybe a commercial or something like that. But what I do see here, my friend Ihab, is that there's nothing that really tells me, again, that there's a product. Like this frog right here, what is this? Is this a game character? Because if it's a game character, we're missing wireframes. We're missing engine or in-engine like elements. Ah, yeah, of course, claro que te entiendo. Cabrón, pues claro que te entiendo. Soy mexicano, chingada. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? But it's easier if you speak in English, because otherwise no one's gonna understand what we're saying. So, Yeah, I mean, again, I don't like. Okay, this looks a little bit better. This kind of looks like a commercial. It could be like an animation commercial, but I don't see anything, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sorry, I got kind of distracted once I got for the water. I went for the water. Now you need to think about this, Antov. Otherwise, how are we gonna do it? Yeah, sorry, Ihab. I'm really not sure exactly how to help you. What I see here is you could improve in rendering. You could improve a little bit in texturing if you wanna like improve your 3D models. But you need to define, like my best advice for you is define what you want to do. Do you want to work for advertisement? Do you want to work for games? Do you want to work for like product design, stuff like that? And if you want to do that, we need to start like tailoring your portfolio more towards that. Because again, for instance, like what is this? Well, like I know what it is. It's a mask, right? But what is this for? Is it for games? I need to see game wireframe. Is it for 3D print? I need to see the 3D print. Is it for product design? I need to see a render from a product design perspective. So you need to tailor your portfolio more towards what you want to do. That's important. Wargo, what you can do is you can join our Discord channel. The submissions for the portfolio review for this month are closed, but you can do, or we're gonna open the submissions next month, and you're gonna be able to submit for September. Okay, Yogesh, I remember your portfolio. I remember you. We talked about this last time. There we go. Now this is what I call an improvement. Nice stuff, man. Really nice stuff. So I remember Yogesh's portfolio from last month, and we saw this little house right here, and I told him that we need to have more realistic light, and he did. Look at this. Way better, man. Way better. Way more professional looking. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. This is the improvement that I like to see in portfolio reviews. Now, there's a couple of notes here. The first of all, textures. You need to be very mindful of textures, and this is a secret. Wood, my friends, wood. If you've ever taken like a woodworking class, you're gonna realize that wood always follows the longest section for its fibers, for its like lines, okay? So right now the wood is going in a different direction. This is not good. If you were to just like add a little bit of weight or support there, it's gonna break very, very easily. So the grain of the wood should always follow, or more often than not follows, the longest direction of the plank itself, okay? Otherwise it weakens the structure quite a bit. So just make sure to fix that over there. But everything else, good stuff, man. Good stuff. This is a good piece right here. Now, I don't remember from your last message what exactly you wanted to focus on, but based on this, you are going towards sort of like the architectural visualization things, or maybe environment art. That's what you, or what I might suggest you to continue working on, Jogesh. This is Marty from Barcelona. Saludos hasta Barcelona, Marty. Says, I dream of working for Pixar or DreamWorks. I hope this helps me improve my skills. Okay, cool. So if your main idea, or if your main goal is to work for Pixar or Disney, we need to start doing more stylized work, okay? More cartoon work, because I have a lot of, or I see a lot of realistic stuff right here. This is a good start, I would say. This kind of feels like it could be inside of like Moana or something like that. I don't love the texture, to be honest, or actually the modeling is a little bit like soft in certain areas. Again, for instance, here where it curves out, I would probably just like model this part as a separate piece, and I would try to UV it in a little bit different direction so that we have like more variation on the wood. The wood's it's fine. Oh, you created this material. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, the wood is cool, but again, I would try to maybe do more of this, like 2 or 3 different ones, especially since Moana is coming out relatively soon. Again, no whips, my friend. We don't like the whips on this channel. It's a cool character, though. Like, if you can finish it, texture it, and all that stuff, it's a cool thing. I'm not sure who is teaching you guys to place the palms forward. That's nothing. That's something that I was never told. I always place the palms facing inwards. I guess it might be a new rigging technique. I don't know. David was doing it with the last character as well, and I told him that that's not usually how we do it, because most riggings you're gonna do either a T pose or a pose or B pose. So it's just weird to have the palm facing forward. I don't like it. Yeah, I know it's the anatomical position. That's how you see it on medical books, but for 3D we don't usually use that one. So my advice: do more of this, like this one right here. Again, Martin, you gotta pick your battles, right? You gotta You guys need to give yourself the best chances at success, and sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot. Like, why are we doing such a dark render right here? Like, I can barely tell that that's Hulk. And then I click on it and I see a nicer render right here. This is what you need to show. If you want to do this cool light like purple and blue, that's fine. But do it with the proper character, man. Otherwise, it's impossible to see. This is good. Like, if you want to do, again, stylized like Disney DreamWorks style, this is a good way to get there. Like, this sort of like Disney Infinite style. So do more of this, and again, show wireframes, show textures, and give yourself a good challenge, Martin. This would be my advice. Like, look for your favorite Disney or Pixar movie or DreamWorks, and be like, I'm gonna do a variation of this character or a variation of that character, and that's a good way to get more experience there. Pro tip: when sanding wood, sand with the grain and not against it. There you go. Is it a good practice to mention the time spent on different stages of creating a 3D environment? Yeah, it helps. It helps. I mean, you can do it on the comments though. Like, no need to like place it on the image. Yeah, palms facing forward. It's tricky for rigging. It's not impossible, but it is definitely tricky. There we go. Aisu, I've seen your stuff before as well. So you only want critiques on this axe. Now, this is very interesting because this axe gives me a lot of like hand-painted stylized effect, and then you're using PBR textures as well. Just like a little bit of a weird mix. Oh, Aisu, you're gonna suffer my wrath today. Aisu, you have 3 big errors, man. I'm trying to be nice, but I'm also trying to be funny here. What the hell is with the metal edgeware there, man? Again, you've seen the portfolio reviews. You knew I was gonna tell you this. You knew I was gonna be like metal edgeware everywhere. That's not how you do it. So, what the hell, man? Like, get your stuff there together. Again, there's a video on YouTube. Just look Abe Leal 3D metal edgeware, and you're gonna find the best way to clean like metal edgeware. It has like a fancy, catchy title, but I teach you how to break up the metal edgeware so it doesn't look as obvious. This bad, man. This is bad. This is not how we UV. This is way too unoptimized. I know you have a lot of cylinders, but I don't understand why you're cutting so many caps and so many little cylinders. Like, most of them could be like together in a nicely cylindrical plane, so that's also not ideal. And finally, the rendering. The rendering is very dark. It's gonna be very difficult for me to see what's going on here, so add a little bit more light to the whole thing, okay? Those are the 3 advices that I would give you, Aisu. What's a V-pose? No, I call it the B-pose. Sometimes also known as A-pose. So this is a B pose, very similar to an A pose, right? It's just the arms going down. Oh no, I think the first time I learned it, I was calling it the V pose because it's so like a arrow shape. But yeah, A pose is probably more precise. Go to the next one. This is Jan Andrade. It says, hi, my name is Jan Andrade. I'm a self-taught 3D artist from Brazil. My main goal is to work in the game industry as a 3D asset environment artist. As why we channel artist, but keep searching. Yeah, so the reason why it's been challenging, my friend, is because, again, similar to what we've been mentioning throughout this whole portfolio review, your complexity is not there. Like, what is this? It's just a base. It's a single base, and I understand. But it's a model that I can literally do in 3 minutes, man. Texturing definitely takes a little bit more time. I can see you spent a little bit of like time texturing the cracks and the dirt and stuff like that. But this is not impressive, right, Jan? Like, if you see this on someone else, like, this is something that you always need to ask yourself, my friends. If you see your work in someone else's portfolio, are you gonna be like, oh, that's cool? Or are you gonna be like, meh? If you're like, meh, then it's not. If you think that this is gonna be meh in someone else's portfolio, then it's gonna be meh on your portfolio, okay? That's the sort of like takeaway of this thing. So it's a fun base, but it's not good. This is a little bit more interesting, this stylized box. But again, you need to try and see how can we make this thing look better with more elements. So what I see here, man, is you have the base, the box, you have this chest right here. So if you combine those 3 into a small little scene, now you have one thing that looks, oh, that's a little bit more interesting because we have more stuff. But if you keep them separate just to fill in your portfolio, that's not going to help you, okay? So it's very important to think about the complexity of your things. Again, metal frames, barrels, and that's it. Lockers. There were again, guys, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Jan, what the hell, man? Like, Thumbnail. Work on your thumbnails, guys. Thumbnails are very important because down here, yes, you're doing exactly what I told you. You have cones, you have this metal beams, you have like a lot of things that make up something that looks a little bit more interesting. Now just do a wall, do a floor, and you have a little diorama, like a little thingy that you can show, and it's going to show a better result. Careful again with your metal edgeworks, okay? How do you get such bright lighting without being too harsh? What do you mean? For what? Shukito says, I'm new here in this part of life, but I've already seen a lot of your shorts from YouTube. It's difficult to get a job as a junior today. The main problem is that I'm from Argentina and here, yeah, it's very difficult. Yes. Right now, my friends, unfortunately, the industry is in a position. Here, let me explain what happened. Let's go in a little bit of a history lesson. And some of the older artists right here, they're gonna help me, like, clear some stuff. So right now we're here, right? 2024. In the 2010s, the industry started growing and growing and growing and growing very, very exponentially. If you remember, World of Warcraft, like Lich King, was around 2007, if I'm not mistaken, right around there. And that's where games just started like really, really, really advancing. We had like Xbox 360 and we had PlayStation 2 and stuff like that. And everything was going like super, super high. And then we hit the pandemic right around here. So all through this point, the industry is just growing, 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 growing. And when the pandemic hit, one thing that happened is everyone went inside and there was nothing else to do but do entertainment, right? Video games, Netflix, movies, series, stuff like that. So people hire like stupidly amounts of people or amount of persons. And that's why Disney started producing so many shows and so many series and things like that. But now that the pandemic's over, this is going down. And it's going down rapidly. So people realize that they overhired, and this is not in our industry, you know, not only in our industry, but in other industries. So people overhired, and not only that, the project budgets went from having little amount of money injected into them to having a stupid amount of money being injected into them. Like ridiculous amount, like millions and millions and millions of money were being spent in developing games and series and content. And what happens now is that they're spending this much amount of money, and then you get games like Forsaken, right? That failed. You get games like this new one that we just saw a couple of weeks ago, this MOBA shooter, and it failed. And you get games that are failing and failing. So it's a stupid amount of money and it's failing. So the problem here is that studios now want to go back to doing lower budget productions, and therefore the amount of people that they need for these lower productions is being reduced. So that's why you're not seeing a lot of things, because people are realizing, hey, we need to bet a lot of money into making a game, and now making a game is not even a guarantee that that game is going to make the money back. So if I'm an investor, I might just take that money to somewhere else, like real estate or like stocks or whatever, because it's going to be a more like efficient and secure way to get my money back. That's why we're suffering from all of these things. Yes, no, we do have games that have been like breaking expectations. We had Baldur's Gate last year. We have Black Myth Wukong this year. Nintendo, of course, is always like on top of the game. So I'm not saying that the industry is in shambles and that there's no like ways to recover from it. I'm just saying that investors and studios are realizing that just throwing money blindly into a game production and inflating the costs like ridiculously by hiring a lot of people and a lot of voice actors and a lot of whatever, it's not a guarantee anymore of getting that money back. And since that's happening, everything is contracting. Another example I can give you guys, there was this movie last year, Godzilla -1, right? And they were an amazing film. Look at that, 98% Rotten Tomatoes. And I think the budget for the VFX was super, super small compared to what big productions such as Marvel's movies were doing. And it's just this sort of like adaptation processes. But then we have it's always sort of like a seesaw thing. And this is the problematic thing. Again, investors were investing a lot of money. So money goes up, work goes up. And now realize like, hey, money is not the solution. Let's cut out the workers. Let's cut this out to save money. But they go all the way to the other position where they cut so many workers out and so many like necessary elements like good writers, good story, good artists, and now they're gonna start like producing shitty stuff because there's a lot of like people that are not doing the job the way they should be doing it, and they're also going to be getting losses. So it needs to be a balance, okay? It's going to be a balance where people are going to realize, hey, yes, we need to pay a certain amount of money to get a certain amount of quality, and then we need to give them time, like the meme right now, give them time to cook. That's why Baldur's Gate was so good. That's why Black Myth Wukong is so good right now, because those studios are making sure that they're getting enough time and money to realize their specific vision, right, for the game. So unfortunately, we're in that sort of like in between where there's not enough money in the industry, and people are not understanding that we need time and money to get to that point. So it's this balancing act where hopefully in the next couple of months or years, things are gonna balance out a little bit more. So yeah, first impressions are really important. Diablo 4 like completely like missed the mark. Cyberpunk missed the mark, and now they're sort of like recovering from it. But that's why I like Nintendo's philosophy, where they say that it's better to delay a game until it's really good rather than like just launch something that's like shitty, right? Exactly. And also, as Frajola says, I've seen really talented artists, peers of mine, who have been working in top tier productions, and they're now looking for a job. So if a studio is hiring, they're probably going to hire them first before they hire a junior artist, right? So that's the problematic thing. But again, this will change. It's how, and again, the veterans here in the industry won't let me lie. This has been cyclical. It has happened before. I've mentioned that this is the time or the point in my career where it's been one of the worst sort of like down like sides of the industry, but everything comes back up and people will realize like, hey, we need to hire, we need to invest, and economies will move again. But it's a complicated thing. Okay, so that was Jan Andrade, right? Yeah, that was Jan. Cool. Let's go to the next one. Cloud Guy. Okay, we got 1 hour, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wow, we got 26 portfolios to go. Oh man, can we do it? Can we do it in 1 hour? I don't think we're gonna be able to do it in 1 hour. Let's take a look. Cloud Guy says, hi Mabe, I'm a self-taught artist with about 1 year of experience and I'm trying to make it into the game industry. My current goal is to get decent at stylus so I can work for Roblox games, okay? Then further down, I hope to find a job at Sony Santa Monica and maybe after open a studio of my own. For now, those are my goals. Okay, let's take a look. So this one looks fine. It's a fun character, but I don't see a wireframe and I don't see any breakdowns, so I don't know what this is. It even looks like an illustration. I know it's not an illustration, but yeah, I mean, it's a cool character. I just need to see more breakdowns for this, okay, Cloud Guy? So that one's a good one. And then Fantasy Lady Maria's. Okay, so not bad. I like the full production and the fact that you were able to do the full character. I like the stitching. Interesting job there on the textures, but we're definitely missing a little bit on the forms, especially on the face. The face looks a little bit weird. There's a weird line there on the bakes as well, so that's gonna be tricky to compensate. Way too high poly, man. 200,000 triangles. You don't need that many, especially for a character like this that doesn't have a lot of like silhouette stuff. I understand why you did it. It gives me the impression that you might have done, I'm not sure if you did like manual retopology or if you just did series measure, but this is way too dense, man. Like, you don't need this much density. It's absolutely like overkill for this character right here. So focus on that. Focus on the pipelines, on improving the pipelines. And again, this one is fun, especially if you want to do like Roblox stuff. This looks a little bit more stylized, but we need to see the breakdown. So otherwise, it's difficult to evaluate. Should maybe cap the entries for portfolio. Yeah, I think we might do that. We're gonna find a way. Like, one thing I've noticed, Casey, is that there's a lot of portfolios that are on the early stages of their career, like they're just beginning or they're just students that are like starting. We might have like a sort of like a quality bar and be like, hey, you need at least 2 years, like someone who's about to graduate, like people that we can help the most, because it gets a little bit difficult to recommend the same things, such as like focus on anatomy, focus on form. It's just like there's a point where you should be focusing your portfolio, and the early stages of your 3D career is not that point. Hey, thank you, No Soy Lotus. Thank you for the support, man. Thanks you for the sub. And I think I changed this thing because it's... There we go. There we go. That's the sub. So, for you, my friend, I've seen your stuff before. I think I remember this one. This Kiriko. So let me check your message real quick. Hi Abe, I'm excited to show my portfolio for your review. I specialize in 3D printables. Okay. Mainly anime characters with a secondary focus on game-ready models. I'd love your feedback on improving the appeal of my 3D printables, particularly and anime poses and detail work. Okay, cool. So yeah, if you're focusing on printables, my friend, one of the things that you want to add is maybe a base. Bases for 3D printables play an important role on how they read. So for instance, this Monkey D. Luffy, the base is very simple, right? So if he's like this, maybe like rocks falling to the side or something like that might be a little bit more interesting. Your keys and everything look fine. Changing silhouette. Remember that silhouette is what makes things important. I'm a little bit scared of checking some of this stuff out because I don't want to get banned here. Another thing that you could do, Murat, is try to see if you can find a Patreon of yours who could be like a tester. And if you can showcase how this looks 3D printed, that's also a good way to entice people to be part of your project, because they are gonna see that it looks good when it's printed. Other than that, I don't really see a lot of like changes. Here's the thing, for anime statues and anime style characters, there's usually not a lot of details, right? Like things are very flat, very yeah. Use the knife brush on the sides to clean it up. You want like a really clean cut in this like Batman figure right here. And my best advice is just look for what they're doing for like anime figures. So if you look for Dragon Ball statues, like try to understand what is it that they're doing there to make them so appealing. And again, as I think, it's like a clean base, a nice little detail right there, and look at how the silhouette changes with the cloth, with the hair. So they're going for like interesting silhouettes all over the place, right? Like those are the details that you want to look for. I don't know if you want to go like super crazy like this one's right here, but even the sideshow collectibles, they go for a little bit of extra detail on the cloth, on the patterns, things like that. I prefer to go for a complex portfolio, to be honest. So if you can show, again, UVs, wireframe, and things like that, I think that's valuable, because an image will only get you likes and things like that. But yeah, it's not something that you wanna, like, it's difficult to get more information. And I've mentioned this before, the first people or the first person that's gonna see your portfolio is probably gonna be some recruiter, and they sometimes don't have all of the information about the whole pipeline. But once they like send that to the art director or whoever is going to be producing or whatever, they will know what to look for. And if your portfolio doesn't have that information, it's going to be difficult to make up a decision. So I prefer to have like some good images and then a couple of breakdowns if possible. Maybe not in every single piece, but in some of them. That would be a good. Yeah, Chris Silva. He's a good friend of mine, and he does a lot of anime stuff. You might want to check his stuff. He doesn't do Patreon, I think. Let's see, where is it? There we go. But he does a lot of like anime style sculpts. He's really good. It's really good. So you might want to look at him and look how he manages the poses and all that stuff, okay? So that was for Murat. Let's now go with Cedric. He says, hi, my name is Cedric from Italy. I studied 3D art for 2 years. I like hard surface and sci-fi concept, and a feedback from you will really help me. So you got some good modeling stuff. My best advice for you, my friend, is texturing. We need to work on our texturing, because right now you're just using very basic materials, probably just like Arnold materials or Bleens or something like that. It's Blender, so you're just using the standard materials, and this kind of projects will always look better when you add variation to your textures. I know that if you're doing like product design, you don't need, and it's usually very clean materials, but if you want to go into games or cinematics, there's always going to be a little bit of texture. And right now I know that if I go to the base color, yeah, so see that there's absolutely no variation on the colors, so there's nothing interesting to look at, okay? But let's take a look at the wireframe real quick. Okay, so yeah, so this is subdivided mesh. This is fine. It's triangulated, which again, it's fine. It's really not that big of a deal. Triangles are not a problem. And in general, the flow seems to be good. So in your case, my friend Cedric, if you want to do this or like product design, I would recommend you look at things like Elysium film concept art. And you might want to try doing some of, well, it was not Elysium. There was another one. I don't remember. There's some films, like sci-fi films, that have this very sort of like clean looking elements, and that's the kind of stuff that you could incorporate into your portfolio. This one is a little bit overexposed. Let me show you real quick. This is where, again, like Photoshop is very good. So you can see right now that the levels here, like the darks are very dark and the lights are very bright. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push the dark colors a little bit out. So I'm gonna remove some of the dark colors, and then we can balance out some of the values right there. Same for the highlights. I'm just gonna bring them down a little bit. And that image right there, as you can see, allows us to visualize what you did a little bit better. I know it sort of like bleaches things out a little bit, but again, it can work. And then what you can do here is you can go, for instance, and do a little bit of color correction. So right now we have a very warm light, so we can make it just a tad bit warmer. And then we can go to the shadows, and we're gonna make the shadows just a little bit like cooler. It's just a very simple way to sort of like color correct things a little bit more, and give you a different sort of like effect. Because otherwise it looks good, but I feel like this is a little bit too contrasty. And this is personal preferences, but it's one of those things that you can do to just improve your render a little bit more. Adrian Fernandez, yes, these reviews are for free, man. I do this, it's one of the things that I like doing here to help everyone, so this is completely for free. We did get a donation earlier today, so I really appreciate that. And if you want to support, as we said, the best way to do it is if you're in YouTube, make sure to subscribe, like, share, all that stuff. It really helps the channel. So yeah, I would go for a couple of more complex models in your case, my friend, and I would go for textures. Like, if you can learn the texturing pipeline, Substance Painter should be more than enough. UDIMs, make sure to use UDIMs, and again, we have a video there on the YouTube channel for UDIMs. That's gonna give you an extra punch on the whole thing. Hello everyone, 3D modeling and texture artist, just looking for a little direction and insight into what's next. I would also like to talk about where to find part-time gigs or to work on asset stores. I mean, if you want to do an asset store like a sale, you just like upload it. That's it. Like, you don't need too much. That's way too much geometry, man. Like, immediately I'm saying the effect, and that's way too much. I would not open with a clay render like this. I would open with textures if you have textures. So let's take a look. I really applaud the fact that you have a full website. When I first started, that's what they recommended. Nowadays, most people have ArtStations because it's easier to just navigate ArtStation. Sometimes it's difficult to navigate some of this like websites, but it's fine if you have this. Again, you mentioned that you're texturing, but I don't see any texturing, man. Well, where's the texturing? I just see a couple of textures right there. So yeah, I'm not sure, man. Oh, this is complicated. It's your resume. Okay, you just graduated a couple of years ago, so that's fine. Yeah, so David, it's a little bit complicated because you mentioned here 3D modeling and texturing portfolio, and these models that I see, the assassin, the griffin, this character right here, I would not consider them to be good models. Maybe this card on road is a little bit better, and the reason why I wouldn't consider them is because they look very low polish, and I don't see textures on them, right? So I'm not sure if you're doing them in Maya. It says here that you do know ZBrush, so I'm not seeing that sort of like high poly quality sculpt for the element. Some of these ones are okay, but again, just having like isolate, like that one. And I'm gonna be brutally honest here. Look at that, stretching on the hands, low poly resolution on all of the shoulders. I'm not sure if you're using UDIMs. It's just weird. Like, where's this guy living? Is it a video game character? I don't see a wireframe. Is it a cinematic character? I feel like the quality would be better with UDIMs. I don't see wrinkles. I don't see deformation. It kind of looks like you just box modeled it in Blender or Maya, and then you just throw in some textures. This one's a little bit better. The hair is a little bit too perfect, so you can maybe like modify it. Careful with those flickering. That flickering there is just samples. Your samples are not high enough, or you're not using a denoiser, and that's the way it looks a little bit weird. Yeah, you need to organize your portfolio a little bit better, man. It's a little bit all over the place. Like, some of those animals are cool, like that rhino is fine, but yeah, you guys gotta be more careful with this. I don't know how to say this without sounding mean, but you need to be respectful to your portfolio and how you present your things. If you are not respectful to your portfolio, Notan, then no one is gonna respect you. No one's gonna take you seriously. What do I mean by this? You waited until the very end of the portfolio to show me a rhino. That looks quite nice, to be honest. It's not a bad model. Like, this could potentially work on a game or something. But you wait until the very like last 10 seconds of the reel to show it to me, and I don't even get to see a full turntable. It just stops there on the ass. So what the hell, man? Like, if you want to show me the Rhino, show it to me properly. Do a full 360 so that I can see it. Show me some wireframes. Show me some maps. Like, show me that you care about that model and you didn't just tuck it in there at the final end of the element. Same for this one's right here. Like, I don't understand what this is. Is this a 3D print? In that case, why is the base so big? Is this an animation? Then why are we not seeing, like, textures? Same for this one. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with these elements right here. And here's the thing that saddens me a little bit about your situation, man. In your resume, you did mention that you went to the Academy of Arts Institute. So that means that someone saw your stuff. Like, you had teachers. So I'm not sure why there wasn't enough guidance about that to tell you that this is not something that you include in your portfolio, okay? And again, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just telling you, you got the skills. You got all of those softwares there. You know how to use them. You know how to do some of this stuff right here. But you're not presenting it in a good way, okay? This presentation is not helping you. Like, why are we seeing this low poly pillar right here when you could easily model a good pillar? What are those mountains there on the back? This to me looks like someone who's just starting to learn about the 3D world, not someone who just graduated. And again, sorry for being mean. This is not only for you, it's for everyone else. Everyone that's watching right now, take this information to heart. You need to be respectful to your portfolio. Okay? You are the first filter who's gonna decide whether or not your portfolio is good. Like, this is why it doesn't make sense to me. You have this asset right here with this column. It's not bad. It's not texture. It's missing a lot of stuff, but it's good. And then a couple of like shots later, you have this. And even here, you have the pillar right here on this side, and then on this side. So this definitely looks unfinished. Okay, so you have the skills, but your portfolio is not good, and your portfolio is part of you as an artist, because you might be a great dude, you might be amazing to talk to, you might have great insight into the science and things like that, but this is the first thing I see about you. And since it's the first thing and it's not really like calling to me, it's difficult. Okay, it's difficult to help you there. But again, you have the skills. Just clean this up, really polish your portfolio. Again, I think this frog right here is not bad. I think this rhino here is not bad. Give them, I would give them more attention to this ones than to this ones right here. Okay, hope that helps, my friend. Peter, we've taken a look at your stuff before, so let's take a look. So Peter says, hi Eva, I spent on this project about 1.5 months and studied technologies like character design, placements in curves, 4K maps. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, not bad. The anatomy of the female character is fine. I like some of the weapons, but the armor is very simplistic, man. Even the skirt right here looks very, very simple. I will probably give it another go. And the light is very, very light, okay? So topology is fine. A couple of things I would optimize, like there. You don't need, this is a very important thing, guys. And Peter, you made here a mistake. You don't need to make everything a watertight mesh, okay? So you can see here that you did that for the neck piece, for the neck armor, and that's making it complicated. Look at how messy the topology looks right there. If you separate the body from the armor, it's a lot easier, and you can rig them as separate pieces. So there's other ways to do it. However, I do applaud the fact that you finish a full character. It's not an easy feat, but it's definitely missing. In the scheme, for instance, looks a little bit glossy, kind of like plasticky. I'm not sure if you were using Margot Robbie as a reference, but she has a little bit of a resemblance to her, I think. But yeah, it's texturing here that we need to improve a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I remember the Wizard Girl. So it's very different here because you had a style on this one and then you went for a different style. So it's complicated. I don't remember this one. That one's good, man. It's a good asset. Just careful with the metal edgeware. Okay, so this one is from a 2D artist, and I mentioned that I am not a 2D artist, but I can definitely help. In this case, Kevin from Albuquerque. Oh, sorry, Kevin Albuquerque from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He says, my friend asked here if I can post my 2D portfolio as a conceptual artist portfolio, and the answer was yes. So please help me. My client flow has always been very low, and in this last months, I simply ran out of clients. I was always in doubt if it was because of my portfolio with a not very good presentation. Yes, my friend, I am going to be completely honest with you. I do think that your portfolio is on the beginning stages of a 2D concept artist, okay? What do I say this? I don't see shading, I don't see volume, and in the design sections like this one right here, I don't see a lot of variation, right? So for instance, I see this ink sword. Okay, it's a cool idea, right? Like it's like the ink, like a fountain ink ink, and there's like a little cavity there for the ink. But all of these three elements are the exact same sword, and it looks very, very, very flat. So let me show you. Weapon design sword. When people are asking for weapon designs, they're asking for a more finalized, robust like element, something like this. And I'm not sure if this is AI or not, but something like this is I would say on the next sort of like tier of how you should present the weapon. And see how there's light coming from the side and shadow coming from the side. This is the kind of stuff that you want to have on your elements. Later on, as you improve more and more, I would say what's expected from you, especially as a concept artist, is to do more finalized concepts, similar to what we see in World of Warcraft and things like that. So you want to have different material types, different shading, different elements, and it takes a time. It takes some time to get there. Now, I'm not sure how old are you. It strikes me that you might be a little bit younger than what I think. And that's why I see sort of like a not so refined like elements, because there's some perspective issues, there's some shading issues, some elements like that. My advice, you don't need to go to school. There's a lot of content out there. I'm not the one to be able to teach you that, of course, but there's a lot of content out there on how to design this kind of stuff so that it makes a little bit more sense. Like this one right here, you're doing this trident. Just from a design perspective, this trident is too big on the top side and too small on the handle, so this thing is gonna break. Like, it's immediately going to break. Normal Workshop has some cool like design classes that you might want to take on the library, so that will be what I would recommend. Yes, that's a great. C4 Prime is giving here a great comment. When you're doing 3D concepts like this, you always want to be able to share or to have as much information on them so that you can hand them to the 3D department. But it is also expected that you know how to render things to a proficiently like good level. So this right here, that's what I would expect. Like someone's telling me, hey, we need a weapon, and they hand me like this right here, like just a basic sketch. Of course I can do it, or something like this. Of course I can like trace it and do something, but it's way better if you give me something like this, at least. Like this, I would say, is bare minimum. This is a little bit more expected, where there's a little bit more material definition, so that you know how to do. Yeah, and that's right, Saltran. If you're young, Kevin, like if you're under, I'm gonna say 22 years old, you're in a great position. Like you have so much time in front of you to improve and get better results, but you do need to work on your fundamentals: perspective, visual communication, shading, rendering, all of those things, so that you can go. And then once you master those like essentials or those fundamentals, you jump into the next stage, which is design. Like you need to start asking yourself the questions of, why am I designing things in this specific way, right? So for instance, this trident right here, why am I mixing lava, like a tiki mask, and this very slim element? Like, it doesn't make sense. It might make sense to do a different type of approach for this kind of weapons. But design usually comes after you master the fundamentals of or the principles of 2D work. Is there a specific week every month? Yes, they usually open on the first week, that one 3D artist. So for the next portfolio review, we're probably going to be opening them on September the 2nd. And I think, as someone like suggested here, we might be doing a cutoff point at less what's the word? At less portfolio reviews or something. Let's go to the next one. Fox Art. Okay, you did mention that there was going to be one that had not safe for work stuff. Says, hello, glad to join the community. I'm a 3D character specializing in characters. I've been freelancing for a couple of years now, but very inconsistently, and have worked on a couple of indie games. My main goal is to get a job in the game industry as a character artist, but I'm aware that positions for junior roles are very rare and competition is tough. I'm not against stepping a foot in the industry on other roles or even outsourcing, but really need to find a job since I've been trying for years now without much success. Well, what I see right here, man, is that we are missing a little bit on the texture side of things. Forms are looking quite nice. I'm not going to open that one. Let's go for this one, for instance. So your proportions are fine, but the forms are missing a little bit, like on the face. Like some of the facial structures are missing a little bit. And textures look very sort of like flat. Like I don't see a lot of... Let me bring the music back. There we go. So the face looks a little bit flat. Hair can use a little bit more work. So it's a little bit on the fundamentals. I would definitely like categorize you as a junior character artist based on what I'm seeing right now, but you do have some cool stuff. Like this one right here is quite nice. You might want to practice on doing actual hand-painted stuff instead of just like material things. But it's not bad. My advice, again, like if you want to work as a character artist, you guys really need to go and look up what they're doing on the character or on the video games nowadays. Because for instance, this like thin layers right here, or the cloth that I see right there, that's not how cloth and armor is being handled in this time around. And this is a really cool concept. Like this is a very like kick-ass concept. I don't think we nailed it. I don't think we got there yet. Cloth, learn marble designer. Armor, learn a little bit more about hard surface stuff. That's the kind of stuff that you really need to pay attention to, because I don't see these characters right now on a AAA game, okay? And we gotta be careful there. There's some cool stuff, like this Kappa right here looks very nice, but he looks just like poly paint. That's another thing. I'm not seeing wireframes. So again, I know this is a work in progress, but again, I definitely fix a couple more things. Like even the saturation on the cloth, like this is way too saturated compared to what we see on the concept. Thank you, Satlan. Thank you. Yeah, I do this because I like to help, of course, my friends. So this one's way better. See, this one, I think you did a good job with this one. Like, even the cloth and everything looks good. So, I'm not sure what's happening between this one and some of the most recent ones, where it feels like you are maybe, like, trying to cover a lot of, like, space very quickly. And it's not as easy. So, go grab a project. Like, even this one is a good project, but we definitely need to polish a little bit. Like, even the skin, like, that cheek color that you added there, it looks very burnt out. And she doesn't have that. She has a very fair skin. The reason why we see this sort of like burn right here is because of the glow of the light and how they're rendering it, but it's not that. Same for the glove. Like, look at the glove right there, and look how in the concept the different elements are a lot more precise. Okay, so it's about like learning how to see. Again, go and check my video that I did last week, the one for the 5 layers of information, because that's gonna allow you to understand how to approach this kind of stuff. And optimization wise, you might want to check the retopology course as well, because you're baking certain things like this belt right here into the arm. That's not how we're doing it nowadays, okay? Let's go to the next one. Stokic. George Stokic. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. See? This is a nice presentation. Even though they're simple assets, he's presenting them in such a way that makes them part of a little kit. And I'm guessing you're like selling them or something? Okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It definitely needs a little bit of work, especially like the anchor right here. I feel like it looks very weird, like the polygon or the way you use the polygons. It's not really helping, and that texture that you added on top, I don't like it. Everything else looks very nice and sort of like hand painted, but that one right there, not great. Careful with the metal edge wear, not metal edge wear everywhere, please. It's important to break it down a little bit. Let me read the message. It says, hi, my name is George, and I'm not long into game ready to remodeling about the year, and I know the work is not ready to get me into the industry. Still, I would like to appreciate. Yeah, so I think you're in the right path, man. Like, even this one looks very nice. Like, the skull looks nice. This kind of weapons, again, they benefit more from a hand-painted approach. This one needs a little bit more work. It looks a little bit ugly, especially here on the hilt, or whatever this thing is up here. Let's take a look at your topology real quick. But you're on a good what's the word, on a good track. Like, as long as you keep following and keep polishing and focusing on the quality, you're gonna be good. Yeah, okay, simplify. You don't need all of these elements right here, so there's a couple of ones that can be easily seen. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something, guys, because this one's important. And I've shown this graph before. It's a graph that I kind of like developed on how to focus on specific projects. So when you're learning, you're gonna have 3 main like parts: junior. This is senior, and this is just like mid-level artists. Okay, I would say that the road to junior is gonna take you at least from 1 to 2 years. Okay, so from where you first start learning about 3D to when you get your first like junior job, usually 1 to 2 years is a good amount of time, especially if you're going to school and things like that. Some people might be able to shorten this down to like 6 months or 8 months. Some people might take a little bit longer. It depends on a lot of factors, but it's usually this. As a mid artist, you're probably going to be here from 2 to 3 years. And after you've accumulated 5+ years of experience, technically you're considered a senior. But to be considered a senior, it's not only about time, it's also about quality in your work. Now, here's the important part. When you're a junior, this is your knowledge, your 3D knowledge, okay? When you're a junior, you're gonna learn a lot of stuff very, very, very quickly. It's almost sort of like an exponential or sort of like linear exponential growth right here, because every single tool is new to you, and every single tool is gonna be useful to increase your knowledge as an artist. However, if you don't follow proper education, or if you're a self-taught artist especially, and you don't follow the proper pipelines, it's gonna take you a little bit more time to get here, because you're gonna need to learn about the specific workflows that we use for the industry or in the studio. Retopologies, UVs, like things that are not just gonna make a cool sculpture or like cool model inside of Maya, Blender, or ZBrush, but also how to use that inside of a production. Once you hit this point, I call this the stair-step growth. Because when you're a mid artist, you're gonna get this sort of growth where you're gonna feel stuck for a while. And then you're gonna have a revelation, sometimes because you learn something from a tutorial, from a technique or something, sometimes because your art director or the project itself allows you to learn something new, and you're gonna feel, boom, like a little bump in your career. You're gonna keep growing and growing and growing. A lot of people, and this is the unfortunate situation of our industry, a lot of people get one of these or a couple of these steps, and then they just remain there forever. And then they don't advance. That's why I have the mode that I have, because I don't want to get stuck in here. I always want to keep learning. But you're gonna see that this growth right here is not as accelerated as what you had when you were a junior. But once you get to like a point right here, you're gonna see that the difference is quite big. Okay, so it might not feel like you're learning or advancing as fast as when you were a junior or you were just learning, but you will be advancing. When you look back after 2 or 3 years, you're gonna see, oh, like, damn, I learned so much. And then comes the senior stage, where again, a lot of people just get stuck and they just do the same thing and they just get like a linear flat line. What I like to do is always learn a little bit and just steadily grow and grow and grow. It's not going to be as sharp as this grow right here, or as like dramatic as one of these bumps right here, but as long as you keep this growing, again, you're going to get to a point where you look back and you're going to realize like, hey, I've grown a lot. Like, I've grown too much. I'm going to show you a little bit of my portfolio here too, to illustrate that point. So this was my first like sort of like a junior work. Actually, this one right here. This was my first sort of like junior work 10 years ago. So 10 years ago I did this character and it had proper UVs, textures, topology, all that stuff. Now I look at it, it's like, it looks like shit. But this was 10 years ago when I first was starting as a 3D artist and actually like producing work, right? And then I kept growing, and I didn't realize how much I had grown until I got here, which was 9 years ago. So that was 1 year after that first character. This was my portfolio piece when I graduated from Noman. And when I compared both of them, I was like, damn, I really had one of those sort of like big jumps, like this was right here that I'm talking about. Because I had 2 years of experience before I went to Noman, then I went to Noman and it helped me with this sort of like stair-step growth. And at this point, I was like, okay, I'm improving. I graduated, I started working and stuff like that, and years later when I did this one right here, I was like, okay, now we're talking. Because I remember when I did the Fire Giant, one of the things that I didn't like was the render. So after learning and improving and getting better and better and better, well, you grow as an artist. So every time you watch your portfolio, you should be seeing that sort of like improvement. And again, it might not be obvious at first, but you need to keep pushing, because if you go through this process right here, you're gonna be able to grow as an artist, and it's gonna take time. This is the problem right here. Like down here, when I tell people, hey, it's gonna take you 5 years to get to a good point, a lot of people are like, oh, fuck this, I'm out. I don't have that time, or I'm gonna be doing it way faster. You cannot cheat art. You can speed run certain parts of the process, like for instance retopology. You want to get good at retopology, you can learn retopology and how to be good at it in 1 week, I promise, and you're gonna be really good at it. Like, it's not something that's gonna take years to like really master. But you want to get really good at design, composition, lights, texturing, stuff like that. It's gonna take time, it's gonna take practice, it's gonna take feedback and a lot of things, and it takes years sometimes to get to that point. Okay, so be patient, guys, be patient with all of this growth. What is my most challenged creation from a character point of view? I think it was this one right here. I did this last year. And it was challenging because I had to use pretty much everything I've known until that point. And And I had to record it as well to teach it, so so it was definitely challenging, right? So it was a little bit of everything. So we used UDIMs, XGen, anatomy, props, hard surface, organic modeling, lights, render, even like, I'm not sure if I have a shot here inside of engine, but it was engine conversion, rigging. It was a little bit of everything. But I've done other things that are not in my portfolio that have been very challenging, especially the stuff that we do here at the studio, because I had to learn how to program inside of Unreal. I know how to program with blueprints. I know how to do like packaging, optimization, things that it's difficult to teach right here, but are part of my career as an artist. Okay, so let's go to the next one. That was George, right? We talked about George. Yes, okay, so George, you're on the right path. Just keep going, keep pushing, and start focusing on what you want to do. If you want to do stylized stuff, do more of that. If you want to do more realistic stuff or weapons, go for that. But start like pinpointing what kind of stuff of the, or what kind of parts of the 3D process you like to keep growing there. There we go, Charlie. Charlie says, "Hi, I'm looking to specialize in weapons and props for stylized video games. And it's the first project I've uploaded. I have more half-finished projects, but I wanted to know if it's good or what's missing. So let's go." Okay, so from a sculpting perspective, I like it. I feel like you could sharpen a couple of elements a little bit more, but it's the texture that you need to work more and the optimization. Like, you will never be allowed, Yerko, you would never be allowed to have one of this weapons on the game. Like, if World of Warcraft is hiring you to do this weapon for their games, they're gonna ask you to bring this down all the way down to like 2K triangles. Like, this is way too much topology. So I would recommend you go and learn a little bit about how to optimize this way more so that you can go to the bare minimum, because this object right here has a very flat surface, or a lot of flat surface, and you can save so many polygons on this one. So many polygons. Again, the sculpt is fine. I really like the sculpt. I think you did a good job. But you need to work a little bit more on your texturing, especially if you're gonna go for this hand-painted texture style, and on the optimization. That's pretty much it. It says, "One of my favorite sayings is that for every skill, it takes 100 hours in a year to be better than 95% of people out there, but the last 5% takes 10 a year." Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Do you prefer to make one portfolio that's strong enough to make several portfolios that just own good quality? I have only one portfolio, Simon. But see, the thing is, my position is a little bit different. I don't normally apply to studios. Since I have a small studio, what we do is we bid for specific projects. Okay, so to put an example, there's gonna be a new museum that's gonna be about whatever, dinosaurs. It's just the easiest one, and they want to have something 3D related. We will pitch to them, hey, we can do this, and we will show specific pieces that are related to what they want to do. But we pitch as a studio, not me as an artist, because what we're offering is not just being part of their team, it's offering them a service, which is the creation of specific softwares or specific VR experiences or whatever. So it's a little bit of a different approach. A good advice that I've gotten is, if you want to apply to a specific studio and you have things that are all over the place, like you have realistic and stylized and a hard surface and organic, and you know that that specific position is just for one part of the pipeline, it's better to make sure that your portfolio is tailored specifically to that position. So if you want to be an environment artist, you're not going to have characters on your portfolio. They don't want to see that. It's just going to be distracting. So you modify your portfolio and you apply to that specific place so that it only shows the specific things that you want. And ArtStation actually allows you to do that, to hide some stuff and open other stuff, so that you make sure that you're tailoring your application to that specific role. Okay? Is it true that within environment art your heart is luck? No, not at all, man. Like, I'm recording the environment course right now, and I think 50% of the time I'm in ZBrush. So, no, you sculpt a lot. Okay, so that was Yerko. Let's go now with Toten. I have a 3D character artist and I'm working already. I'm looking to see what I could improve on my pieces to take them to the next level. Damn, dude, like... What next level? Godhood? This is too good, man. This is amazing, dude. Shit. You don't have a next level, dude. Like, this is the next level. Like, this is AAA stuff, dude. Congratulations. The thing about your stuff, man, or the thing that I'm seeing right now, is that this is only high poly, right? Like, we're not seeing low poly. This to me looks like it's just for 3D print or for collectibles or something like that. if you want to be a character artist for games, you need to show that you can take this through the production pipeline. That's it. But to be honest, you are like 70% of the way there, because one of the trickiest things about being a character artist is making sure that your 3D sculpts look nice. And this looks freaking amazing, dude. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I know didn't take you one day to do, right? Like, took you a couple of weeks at least. And this is really good for 3D printing. So if you're doing collectibles, and it looks like you are, that's amazing. But if you want to be a character artist for a like AAA studio, first of all, you already have, again, the high poly skills. Now what you need to do is show me, and of course everyone else who's watching your portfolio, that you can transform this into a character or into a piece that can be rigged, modeled, animated, all that stuff. Because that's the problem with high poly sculptors, and I'm not saying this about you, I'm saying this in general. A lot of people are really good at ZBrush. They can do amazing things in ZBrush. But it's not the same to be an amazing sculptor than it is to be an amazing 3D character artist who can, again, take it through the full production pipeline. But yeah, from a sculpting perspective, this is amazing, dude. This is amazing. Great job. You're probably going to be featured on the thumbnail, by the way, because this is just too good, man. Yeah, so let's go to the next one. Ahmed Abdelais says, hey, I appreciate if you could review the latest project briefly and maybe rank my level, whether it's too far from industry needs or not. Awesome. Yeah, let's take a look at the last one. That way you're also going to save me a little bit of time for the portfolio review. We're definitely going to go over the 4 hours, by the way, guys. 4 hours. If you like this, make sure to support us here on Twitch. Make sure to follow us or sub or whatever in ZBrush, in YouTube, because it's been 4 hours. It's a lot. Yeah, this is good, man. I like it. I don't love the texture here on the Wolverine's helmet. The reason why I don't love it is because one thing that I can notice is that the pattern is just continuing. So the pattern just continues through this thing right here. And usually these are like made out of cuts and they won't line up perfectly. So when it lines up perfectly, I actually think it kills the sort of like the flow. So I might rotate the UVs on these things a little bit and just maybe decrease it a little bit. I feel it's like way too textured. So let's go. Texture is good on everything else, like the metal, the Deadpool one. Yeah, this is nice, man. This is nice. Nice topology. Yeah, this is great, man. I really just have that like little note right there. One advice would be try to, again, get someone to collaborate with you, and maybe you can 3D print this. And if you 3D print them, you can show another screenshot of the 3D printed element. Now, from just general perspective here, I would definitely say that you're in the mid-level, going towards like senior level, because you have really good understanding of the texturing process, and it seems like on the modeling process as well. More wireframes would be ideal. There we go. We do have wireframe. But yeah, you're definitely on the mid to senior level. I don't know how long or how much have you been working for in 3D, but just the way you're presenting things, and I think I've seen your portfolio before. I'm not sure if you've submitted before, because I do remember this one. But this is good. This is good. My advice would be go for more complex stuff, because again, I see a lot of very good like developed objects, but I don't see something that's gonna be like your like main project or your main character, right? So let's go to the next one. Says, hi Ave, I would like to review of the character feature on the cover page of my ArtStation profile, particularly this piece. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, I think I remember yours. Let's take a look. So it's Warhammer. Hilton. What's up, Hilton? Warhammer, nice. Cool, turntable. I feel like first thing that I noticed is that the skin looks a little bit fakeish, so we might be able to improve the texturing on the skin a little bit more to make it look more interesting. Or in this case, it's actually not a bad idea, and this is something that I recommend. If you don't feel confident about your skills on the skin, for instance, yeah, helmet. That's it. Don't show something that you don't feel super confident about. I feel like there's a little bit too much metal edgeware, again, everywhere. And remember, the metal edgeware is not going everywhere. You're always going to have some variations. So break down the metal edgeware a little bit more. Nice anatomy, not bad. Definitely a little bit stylized, but not bad. Most of the muscles are where they're supposed to be. His head does look a little bit small compared to everything else. I'm not sure if that's part of the lore, because I'm not familiarized with 4K, so I'm not sure if that's how it works. Very nice pose. Now, unfortunately, sculpting in pose is... Oh, no, you didn't... Okay, cool. I was gonna say, you should probably sculpt normally and then, like, pose the characters. Yeah, the head is definitely too small. I can see it right here on the side view and on the front view. Again, I'm not sure if that's part of the style of Warhammer. It might be, because I remember that this usually looked this big. But yeah, this is good, man. We're gonna have that one soon, Satlan, because I've been asked quite a bit to take a look at that, to take a look at the Marmoset and maybe do another. I did a course a couple years ago, but it's a little bit outdated, so I definitely want to do a new one. So maybe after I finish the environment course, I'll take a little bit of a break with a shorter course, and it's gonna be a Marmoset course. Yeah, so the breakdown is fine, Hilton. It's just the head that I feel like it's a little bit small, but everything else looks good. Now, I've seen some of the recent trailers and cinematics they've done, and usually they play a little bit more with materials, so your metals right now don't look as metallic, they look a little bit flat. I might increase the glossiness a little bit so that they shine a little bit more, because right now he looks a little bit too flat, too matte. But other than that, good project, man. Good project. And the cool thing is that you show the full pipeline, so that's good. As for how this stacks, I think, again, you have the skills, like you have the necessary knowledge of the pipeline, of all of the different elements. I would give it another go at the textures if possible, because again, I do feel like they're a little bit flat, especially the yellow. But other than that, I think you should be already like applying to different positions. Like you have the necessary knowledge. Go to the next one. Rohan, yeah, I've seen your stuff before, Rohan. I remember. Yeah, cool. Okay, so Rohan, last time, I recommended him to do like a more advanced character, and now it seems like this is the Geralt that he did. Or it's not the character, it's just the suit. Okay, cool. This is an amazing suit, man. Like the detail is really, really good. Let's take a look at the breakdown here. And it's really, really nice. I would have preferred to see, or maybe you're still working on the head and the rest of the character, but it's not a bad idea to just have like this part right here. Now, again, normally I'm not super in favor of fan arts because they can backfire. In this case, I don't think this one backfires. I think you nailed the quality of The Witcher. The thing that I don't like is the fact that I've seen The Witcher, right? Like we've seen these models and everyone has tried doing their own version of Geralt. So you're not bringing anything new to the table. At this point, it's done, so don't even worry about it. Just keep it there. But just keep this in mind for next projects and try to find something that's a little bit more original. And you can find something that like fits Geralt or fits the world and just go for something, again, a little bit more original. Let's take a look at the polygon. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice topology. See, this is what we're talking about, guys. This is topology only where we need it. Only where we need it. So good stuff. Do we have a count? 234,000. Right now, there's a lot of course, because of the head, but the head's not finished, so I'm not gonna criticize that one. But for everything else, you could potentially simplify a couple more things, like the chain, for instance. It's definitely a little bit on the heavy side. Some of the buckles can definitely be simplified a little bit. But yeah. Rohan submitted in the last month, so we've seen his stuff before. So yeah, good stuff, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's good. Oh, there you are, Rohan. Yeah, good stuff. Like again, if you can finish the fate, like here's what I would do. I would probably like maybe model one of the other schools. Like I know there's like the bear school or the snake school. Just change the little logo here so that it's not the wolf school and it's another one. And on the face and on the hair, don't do Geralt. Do someone else. It could be even like a like a cosplay of you or something, and that way it's gonna be a little bit more unique, right? But yeah, good stuff. Kevin Bowens. Kevin says, hi, my name is Kevin. In December 2023, I graduated with a bachelor's in 2D, 3D animation, and I would greatly appreciate your feedback. I didn't begin my 3D journey until 2019. I've been watching your content about some of your courses. I want to become a texturing and lighting artist. I'm not sure. Okay, cool. So if you want to be a texturing artist, well, this is a great start. This is Door the Dwarf. This is our Substance Painter course. You did a good job on the textures, I think. I do feel some of the gold looks a little bit flat. I'm not sure if you're missing a connection there because it doesn't look as reflective as some other elements. It looks more like stone rather than gold. I might just check that, Kevin, to make sure that you're like properly connecting things. Yeah, that's Door the Dwarf. Now, here's my best advice for you, Kevin. Since I don't see a lot of like complex models on your element, either go online and buy some models. That's a perfectly good way to do it as well. Buy some models or look for some models. For instance, Substance has some 3D assets if you're paying for like the full license. it has some 3D assets of models, and there are some complex ones, like for instance this classic tractor right here. I can't download it. I need to upgrade to the 3D version or whatever, but you can buy or find some of this out there and texture it, like go through the texturing process. Of course, on the comments you're gonna say, hey, I didn't download this, or I didn't model this, I downloaded it. But the important part is how you textured, how you created the variations. And a good way to showcase that sort of like light dev and texturing process is to show the object in different scenarios. So how would this, for instance, tractor look? Let's do a different one. That's fine. Let's do the tractor. So how would this tractor look straight out of the factory? Like clean, new, barely any scratch. How would it look after 5 years of use? How would it look after 50 years being abandoned on a farm? You're going to have the same model with 3 different textures, 3 different light setups, and it's going to show how much range you have in using the exact same model and describe it in different situations. That's a very cool tip that you can use there for your elements. Let's go here with Alper Yenis. Oh, Alper shared some of his stuff on the element. He's also like, this is senior level stuff, man. Look at this, so beautiful. Oh my god, nice. A little bit heavy on the metal edgeware will be just my simple advice there. But Alper, you got some cool stuff here, man. Even these characters are really good. Like that one, Hive Wizard, nice. The question is, are we retopologizing or is this just model, right? It kind of seems like it's just model, maybe. Maybe you retopologized a couple of things. But anyway, let me read your message here. It says, okay, no, he's just asking for general advice. Yeah, so I saw his scars. He was doing the scars. I think you got featured on 8th level as well, right? I saw some of your stuff in 8th level. I think they did an interview and you showcased some of your process. Yeah, this is very good, man. This is cinematic level quality, and you guys can see it here. Look at that. We got UDIMs, so several UDIMs. Yeah, this is good, man. I can see that you're focusing mainly on hard surface stuff because I don't see a lot of faces. So most of it is like armor and pieces. Yeah, I mean, you're working, right? I hope you're working because you got some really kick-ass things. I don't really know like what else to tell you. Like your presentation, your renders, everything's really good. Congratulations, man. Really sick stuff. Now we're gonna go with Humunculus. We're getting there, guys. I'm a 3D artist in Toronto looking to work my way into a character artist position someday. I'd love any feedback you can give me on my work. I know the industry's in a rough place right now, so I'll take any help I can get. Okay, cool. So, as I mentioned before, this is from a tutorial. It's an old tutorial. I actually think this is next to the tutorial. This is 2 years ago. It's not presented in the best possible light. This is just ZBrush and Polypaint, if I'm not mistaken. I would probably take this one out, John. It's not really going to help you as much. This one, on the other hand, is quite nice. The render is looking a little bit better. I actually prefer, I would prefer if you had this presentation on the first one because it's a little bit dark to see. And very importantly, do we have wireframes? Oof, dude, no, this is too much, man. Too much. I'm guessing you use Marble Designer. Yes, it's right here. It's fine. I don't care, or I don't mind if you use Marble Designer for the robe. That's how they do it. But you need to simplify, man. This is not gonna be like, you cannot use in the game. It's way too heavy. Like a lot of the parts needs to be further optimized, especially if you want to go into the industry. Nicolas Bolas from Magic the Gathering. I think what you could benefit the most from, John, and I'm glad you're here on the YouTube channel, it's presentation on some of these old pieces, because they're not bad, but it's just a little bit weird. Venom. Yeah, I don't like this one either. I would probably take that one out. Gestures. This is the one from Critical Role, right? Yeah, good stuff. This is a little bit better. The pose looks a little bit stiff. The card I don't love. The hair is good. Yeah, some of the forms is just could use a little bit more work. I personally don't like this sort of like breakdowns that people do sometimes where they show multiple maps at the same time. I prefer to just see all of the maps, because right now it's very difficult to even tell what's going on. Okay, this was the concept art. Okay. This one looks good. I think you did capture her likeness quite a bit. That looks nice. The hair, careful with this hair, guys. We talked about this on the first portfolio, actually. Hair usually has a little bit more of a break. So right now, that looks way too stiff. The question is, John, is this hair done with hair cards or was it done with X-Gen? I like that post. I think that post is a little bit more successful. Oh, it's X-Gen. Okay, yeah. So careful with the X-Gen right there, because it's just stopping very abruptly right here, and that's not usually how hair works. There's always going to be a little bit of a flare out, so things are going to get thinner and thinner as they go further out from the character. Yeah, the sculpt is not bad. The suit is fine. I think this one you retopologized. No, it's fine. Texturing looks a little bit too plasticky, I would say. A little bit too plasticky, but it's a simple fix. And the fact that you were able to run this in Unreal is a good thing. Make sure to add some subsurface, man. I'm not sure if you added it here, but it's definitely missing a little bit of subsurface. That's why the skin looks so... kind of looks like clay, okay? So make sure to fix a little bit. The eyes look fine. I like the eyes. They look nice. And we got this one right here, Executioner. I would wait on this one. I'm not sure if you want to... Yeah, no, and again, you're giving me weapons, guys. Don't give me weapons. No, that's true. Actually, I need you to give me weapons so that I can give you the best feedback. But here's the thing. Like, we're not there yet, right? Like, if we take a look here, what do we see? It should be very obvious to anyone who's watching this. Like, we're missing a lot of proportions. We are missing the colors. So this is way too saturated. And actually, I can show you here. Like, if we just desaturate this a little bit. And we play a little bit with the levels. We can get a little bit closer to the original concept. Now, this is why I made the video last weekend. If you guys haven't seen it, please. I normally don't force you guys to see any of... Well, I never force you guys to see any of my videos. But I never push my videos as hard as I'm pushing this one because I feel it's so valuable, guys. If you take a look at the helmet, it's very easy to see that we have a line right here and all of them converge to that point. You're not converging them. You just did this line right here, and then each of them are independently. So that's the kind of details that you always need to look at. Look at the silhouette. This one right here is very pointy. It's almost like straight. You push it down. That's not what we want. We want to keep it a little bit straighter. What else? What else do I see here? This thing is falling a little bit farther down, like the cloth, and it has holes. So all of those little details. I know you maybe wanted to do this a little bit faster, or you didn't have enough time. If you guys are doing something out of fun, or because you find a concept and you want to do it just for you, that's fine. But you guys need to understand that not every single piece that you do is going to be on your portfolio. Okay, John? Because I think you have some really strong pieces, like this one, and this one. That one's not helping you. It actually kind of looks like a painted, like 2D painted on this like thumbnail right there. So be very mindful on which ones you actually place on your portfolio. Can you show any entry-level animation reel for a job? Yes. Or actually, I'm not sure. I mean, if you just look for animation reel. Let's see. So this one is from Julian Shea. It was from 9 years ago. So yeah, this is around like what I would expect from a junior artist as an animator to be able to do. And again, this was 9 years ago, so keep that in mind. There's a lot of acting, right? Look at how smooth the poses are, how they move. Usually you want to see a walk cycle, you want to see a run cycle, you want to see that kind of stuff. But yeah, like something like this is, I would say, it's not amazing for a junior artist. And again, this was 9 years ago. I'm sure this guy is in another level right now. But it's usually what people who have like a good portfolio get when they graduate. yeah, it's quite lovely. And the most important parts here are the timing, the poses, all that kind of stuff. That's what you're looking at. Now, this is for like commercial and movies animation. Game animations, you usually want to see a little bit more cycles. You want to see more loops and things like that, because you use those a little bit more in games. But yeah, so that's, I would say, roughly a good level for a what's the word, for a junior animator. Like, this is the level you should have if you want to be or get into animation. Let's go with the next one. Dilthos. Dilthos has already also shown us some amazing stuff right here. Let's see. He finished this one right here. This Doom character. It's just really good, man. Like, this is also sort of like the level you're expecting. This is already, again, like mid to senior level. Like, I would not expect someone who's just coming out of school to be doing this level so fast. Like, as a junior artist, like, this already shows more understanding of the whole process. It's just really, really, really good. Yeah, so Dilthos, we've already talked about this through DMs. This is a really, really good project. Right now, as I mentioned earlier on the stream, on the little sort of like a rant that I had, one of the things that you need to do is don't wait for the opportunity to come for you. Go out there and start like looking for those opportunities yourself, okay? And it's not necessarily like out there like physically, just online and stuff. Like, you need to start like putting your name out there so that people see like you have a really, really good level here for your character work. Champion says, hi Abe, Samil here. I know that you already checked my portfolio 2 months ago, and I have created another model on which I wanted your feedback. I want to be a prop artist at the Triple Game Studio. So I'm guessing this is the new one. It's a fun model. Again, I find it in a simple, it looks quite simple, man. You need to add a couple more bevels, especially hard surface stuff. And one of the best advices I can give, not only you, but anyone else watching, which, by the way, thank you everyone for watching. We're already at the 4-hour mark here on our stream. So this is, I think we're going to break a record. I'm not sure. Gamescom was also quite long, but we've been here for a long time. When you're looking for something, there's always going to be something else that's similar to this. I look at this guy and I look at the Portal robots, right? So the Portal robots from Portal 2. And if you look at this guy, you're going to see that he has more layers to it. There's like plates and there's bevels, there's extra little covers and things like that. And that's what makes the character so much more interesting, right? So that's the kind of stuff that you want to incorporate on this one. Because even though it looks fun, I don't see anything original. I don't see anything special. And it's not really like grabbing my attention, so to speak, or so to say. So be very careful with those kind of facets. I think that was one of the feedbacks I gave you last time, that you do have a good understanding of texture and even composition and stuff like that. But again, simple stuff. Like, you're even missing here like the little handles for the clock. So you gotta pay attention to those details and try to look for a concept. Do you want to do a robot? Cool. Just go robot, concept, art. You can even look for sphere, 2D. You're gonna find some robotic, like interesting robotic like elements or concepts that might give you something that looks a little bit more, more cool on your portfolio. Be careful with AI. I've mentioned this before. Just add the minus AI stuff, and you might be able to find some cool things. But like this one right here, like this little like bumblebee thing or whatever, that robot right there, I'm sure with the skills you have, you should be able to do this. And once you texture it and do it, this robot right here will be more interesting than this one right here. Okay, and also one more thing, Samil, go back here to your portfolio and delete some of the stuff that we talked about that's not good, right? Like, you don't need like this keyboard. If you have one keyboard, you don't need the other one. Rahul, thanks for your courses. You are welcome, my friend. You are welcome. Yes, HC. That's usually a good way to start with with environments. Like, make sure you really have a solid foundation on how to use or follow the prop workflow, and then you incorporate that into a big environment. Okay, we're almost there. We're like six more to go. Let's go. Speed run this a little bit. So this is Amar Sojanovic says, hi Abe, I'm starting to become a 3D character artist for movies, games, still deciding. I'm wondering what I should be focusing on and which courses you would recommend. I mainly use Blender. Okay, cool. Oh, this is very creepy. Kind of looks like the paladin that I did. Yeah, so Amar, I would say my biggest advice for you is definitely going to be on the texturing and rendering departments, and also a little bit on anatomy, because some of your shaders here are looking very weird, very crunchy, and I'm not sure how you're setting up your stuff. This is probably your cleanest one right now. Looks good, but again, like some of the density in there is it's a little bit on the heavy side. As for courses, I don't think you need this one, the Silver Stylized course. I think you can jump straight to the Anatomy for Artists course, because what you learn from here for the forms and the construction of the character can be easily applied to your elements, so that you get stronger forms, and then you retopologize and do the bakes and all that process. Because I can see some retopology issues here and there that could be improved a little bit. What's your opinion on putting tutorial stuff on portfolios? I've talked about this before, HC. If you're going to be using tutorials, best advice I can give is try to take the information from that tutorial and change it. So for instance, if you're doing the anatomy course here, don't do Duncan. I already did it, and this is my result. So it's better if you take this information and maybe do Wolverine or do Batman or do Green Lantern or whatever. So you take the information and change it. Someone a couple of months ago on Portfolio Review showed us his result from the Blender course, and instead of doing the axe, he did the Blades of Chaos from God of War, and that was very successful because it looks very interesting, it looks very nice. So if you take what you learn from a tutorial and just change it a little bit into your own sort of like spin, that makes it more valuable than just like following it to the letter. What's the favorite courses? Oh, that's a good question, Satlan. What's the favorite course? This question is to you guys, not to me. What is the favorite course that you've taken that I've produced, either when I was at Nextdude or from the new courses? Which one do you think it's the most, like which one have you seen or watched or followed that you learned the most, maybe? Yeah, right now on this new project, we have 7 courses. It's the Maya course, the Blender course, the ZBrush course, Marvelous course, Substance Painter course, Topogon or Retopology course, and Anatomy for Artists. Sarn says the Oni for you. Yeah, Solid Mango Oni as well. There you go, 2 votes to the ZBrush stylized character. No, Rahul, I don't have animation courses because I'm not an animator, but I'm looking to find someone like an instructor that would like to collaborate and maybe do some as well. Let's go to the next one. Luca. Oh, I saw the thumbnail, Luca, and that looks amazing. So Luca says, hi Em, I really admire what you do in the community and you're building. I'm a 3D artist with a dream of becoming a character artist one day. I know my portfolio is a bit of everything. On one hand, I want to showcase the character art I'm really proud of, but on the other hand, there are many job opportunities for character artists on the market. I hope you'll take a look at my portfolio. Let's take a look. Yeah, this one looks quite nice. I think the forms on the face definitely need a little bit more like polish, but everything else is superb. Like the coat, the swords, the gloves, everything is really nice. Sky 60 says he loved the Blender course, and we got another vote for the Substance Painter course. There you go. Yeah, I think the forms need a little bit more polish, man. They're looking a little bit lumpy, Luca, for your characters. I like the proportions. Like, this is very creepy. Sort of like a monster snake guy. It's just that I see a lot of things here, and it might be that you're following a reference that's very sort of like bumpy, but I do feel like we're losing a little bit of the cleanliness of the forms underneath, and sometimes it's better to have like clean shapes and then the details with everything else. This is really good, man. It's good. Yeah, some good props. Again, don't do this bait and switch. If you have that like knight, make that knight the first asset, because I don't want to scroll all the way down here to find it. I saw the thumbnail and I thought, hey, that's cool. Let me see it. And then we need to go all the way down here. And again, if you have all of these assets, man, just do a small scene, small little like diorama with all of them in the same time, and that could be your thumbnail instead of the knight. That way I know that there's more stuff to be seen in there. So otherwise, if I don't like the knight or I don't find it interesting, I'm not gonna click it. I'm gonna miss all of the other elements. Good environment, good kit. Daniel Orozco, you can submit on our Discord server, but we only open submissions at the beginning of the month, so it's gonna be opened in 2 weeks, and the next portfolio review is gonna be at the end of September. Okay, it's for free. It's available. You just need to go in there. This one's amazing, man. Super good. Really good texture. Really good modeling. The only thing that might be missing on some of this ones, Luca, are wireframes. Again, that's a personal preference. I know some people say, no, you don't need the wireframe. I feel like wireframes are quite important. This is definitely more like cinematic level. I mean, it's a simple exercise, but you are presenting it very nicely. So this is one of those that I would be like, yeah, it's fine, keep it. But you usually want to go for more complex stuff. Good stuff, Luca. Good stuff. Let's go to the next one. Alex. No, it's not Alex. It's Vixoma. That's difficult to pronounce. I'm not sure. I'm gonna call you Wei. So Wei, yeah, cool stuff. Oh yeah, of course. So Wei did this personal project a couple of days ago or weeks ago, and I told him, dude, that's so sick. Can I print it? And he sent me the file. So this is my hand. I actually have it right here. Let me go full screen real quick. There we go. Here it is. A little like a Raven Man. It's so good. Really cool one. He's been sharing some of this stuff on the Discord. So this is a really good one. And I told him, hey, you should just like put it up for sale. Like I'm sure some D&D guy might buy it for like $5. It's really good one right there. But let's take a look at some of the other stuff. This one, oh man, I'm really hoping you finish this one soon. This is the high poly of this knight. Amazing knight. We need to see that low poly. Like you nailed it. Like you totally nailed the freaking concept. Again, if I do the thing where I compare the concepts, I'm gonna find very few differences. So this is an amazing result. We just need to, like, the next step for you, my friend, especially if you want to be a character artist for production, is to finish it. Okay, so finish the whole production. This one is fun. Reminds me of Hollow Knight. And again, we need to see retopology, textures, bakes, you know, the whole drill. Some characters you did for this game. It's interesting. Are you being hired as only the sculptor? Because that's another role. Usually that role only exists in very big studios where there's someone who's only in charge of doing the high poly sculpt and then someone else does the retopology and everything. Because these are really good sculpts, man. Like really cool projects. Vadim. Okay, awesome. Vadim. There you go. So yeah, Vadim, I would say probably like the best thing you can do to improve your chances here in your portfolio is to showcase any of these characters into the full production. You know, again, low poly, retopology, baking, all that stuff. Cool. Yeah, if you're only sculptor and you only want to focus there, then my advice would be female character. You're missing a female character. You already have monsters, you already have male characters. So a female character would be a good project to tackle next. If you want to stay just as a sculptor, okay? So cool, let's go to the next one. This is Ankilesh Negi. So Akilesh says, I currently work as an environment prop artist at the gaming studio for about 2 years, but I want to now move to a role as a character artist in the industry. Your tools helped me a lot, and I created my first full game ready character. Would love your feedback. Well, it looks very cool. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Ryan Gosling. Has a little bit of a vibe to it. There's definitely some more forms that we need to polish. I feel like the face looks a little bit soft. Same of some of the anatomy right here. As for the outfit itself, be very careful with this. Again, very sort of like round effects. This is a little bit of an issue with rigging, probably, because it might be straight on your high poly. Texture-wise, it looks okay. I could definitely make them a little bit more interesting, or I would recommend you make them a little bit more interesting. They do look a little bit on the stylized or like a Fortnite again style, like very soft. Like there's not a lot of realism to them. And be very careful with the sculpting, like especially this armor right here looks very clay-like. It doesn't look like hard surfacey sculpt, and that's one of those things that you need to be very careful with. Sometimes you might need to model it inside of Maya, bring it into ZBrush, do a couple of changes, but it's definitely looking a little bit stylized. And I'm not sure, I guess that's my issue with this character right now. I'm not sure if you're going for this stylized effect or stylized route, or if you want to go realistic. It's kind of like a mix of both elements. Again, as with the hair, add some flyaways and some little transitional hairs on the very line so that it's not as abrupt, like the change from the hair to the head. But other than that, good stuff. Let me see if we have more stuff here. I think I've seen this one before as well. Some of them feel similar. Yeah, I remember this one. So yeah, just work on that, man. And as a full first character, I think it looks good. Finally, wireframe. Oh, the way they have it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, resolution is fine. Yep. Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Go with Jackson. Says, hi Abe. My name is Jackson. I'm from Australia. I've been studying game art, focusing on hard surface models and environments, and was wanting to get into the games industry. I'm currently starting just getting my artwork noticed. Yeah, and the main reason why that's gonna be, my friend, and again, sorry for being brutally honest, but it's because I don't see any piece on this portfolio that calls to me. All of them seem like exercises or simple pieces or simple props, right? And that's why your portfolio is so important. Remember that this is the presentation letter to the world. So if I'm finding any of these elements within like the trending page or the new page on ArtStation, nothing really like pops out and is like, oh, this is cool, let me click on it. And that's why you need to work a little bit more on creating a project that's really interesting, okay? Now, you say you want to do hard surface models. Like, this one could be a good start. Here on this one, we're missing a little bit of a better light and better presentation. So maybe a thumbnail with this might be a little bit nicer. Check out my video on YouTube about the 3-point light setup, because that's like a full, like, how do they say it? Foolproof, I think. Foolproof way of like making something like pop a little bit more, because it's not bad. It's not a bad model. It's actually nicely optimized over here. Like, I see the triangles, and it's not bad, and the textures also look nice. So it's mainly a presentation issue on this one, Jackson. And once you have that, the next step is we need to pick a better project. Okay, so we need to find better projects to present. Like this one right here, it's nothing, right? It's something that can be done again in a day. If there's something that you can do in a day, it's probably not worth it on your portfolio. You want to do one of these ones, one of like flintlock pistol. So flintlock concept art. You're gonna find some that are really, really cool. Even if you want to do a stylized, there's gonna be some stylized ones that are really nice, like this one right here. It's a little bit more complex. It has a little bit more information to it. So look for interesting weapons or interesting things that you can like use in your portfolio, because right now this is way too simple, way too easy, I would say, and that's not gonna caught anyone's attention. HC, yes, you definitely need a drawing tablet, not just for environments and props. Pretty much if you're going to be an artist and you're going to be doing Substance Painter and ZBrush, you're going to need a tablet. I am currently using a Huion. It's a pen display. You don't need a pen display. They're very good though. They're very fancy. But yeah, it's I would say mandatory as a 3D artist to have a tablet. Either a pen tablet or a display tablet. We're going to go now with Djashin Dimma. It says, hey, I recently started putting my works on ArtStation. Let's take a look. Oh, wait, that's a Google link folder? No. There we go. Okay, Djashin, it's, So this is not bad. I like it. I do think it's a little bit on the dark side, but it's a good model, and I love the textures. They look very old. We definitely need to see the wireframe. Oh, we do have it. Awesome. Go. There we go. Wireframe. Okay, yeah, this is fine. That's good. Yeah, it's interesting, Dipshan, because you have that one that's very cool and realistic, and then you have this one that's very stylized. Reminds me a little bit of Journey, the game, and I can see that you were learning Marvel's Designer. It's interesting. You use, like, I would probably not do this in Marvelous. It's sort of like very flat, very simple. So I'm not sure I love that one. And then this one right here, Tara. Yeah, you need more complete works, man. I know you here in the message you're asking me what to do to be a character artist, an animation. You need a full character. And if you want to do animations, this one's a perfectly good one to try and rig and animate. It's not gonna have a lot of movements, mainly gonna be like the main body and the legs. But this could be a good exercise to learn about animation. But you need more content, man. You need more content. Now, you've seen throughout this whole portfolio review the kind of quality and level that we're like looking for, that we're expecting. So that's your bar, okay? You were asking here in the comment, like, I don't know what to put in, what to left out and stuff like that, or leave out. You've seen the quality that we've been going for. That's the quality that we need, okay? And we got our final, last but not least, Shuvam Shan. Says, hello sir, I'm a beginner 3D artist. I recently completed my course in which I learned about Maya, ZBrush, and Substance Painter. I've been practicing props and hard surface modeling. I'm thinking to go further and practice sculpting organic in ZBrush. I think the review will help me onto what to do next. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you get some cool stuff here for the elements, like this fire hydrant. Looks very nice. Careful with the metal edgeware. Metal edgeware. Ah, you guys were not gonna let me leave without like telling you about the metal edgeware once more. So yeah, man, like careful with the metal edgeware. And again, just to let you guys know, because I've mentioned this before. Here. So here's what you're gonna do. If you have a question about the 3D world, you're gonna go to YouTube. You're gonna go to the channel. okay? To the Leal 3D channel. You're gonna click on this little thing. You know what this little thing is? It's the search bar. You're gonna look for metal edge wear. And I got videos about this, and I have one video right here. One video right here. That's this one. 5 tips to improve your texture substance painter tutorial. And there's gonna be one tip within that video that explains how to break up the metal edge wear so that you don't have that much of an issue, okay? You're worrying about topology. I've been mentioning topology quite a bit. Well, you look for topology. You're gonna find phase tree topology, clean surfaces right here, our new course right here, topology made easy. Like, there's a lot of content. I talk about, someone was asking, oh yeah, well, what's subsurface scattering? Well, you just look for subsurface scattering. You're gonna have information about subsurface scattering, okay? So you can check my channel there on YouTube, and it's kind of like a resource library. So if you have a question, you look for a topic. If you don't find the topic, you go to the Discord and you tell me, hey Ave, I was looking for this and I didn't find anything, and I might do a video about it, okay? So hey, could you please review the animation too? Let me take a look. Is there an animation here? I thought it was just a 3D model. Or do you mean on the Google Drive? Oh, okay, you have more animations here. Okay, let's see. That's good. I like that. Has a good flow to it. Okay, I don't like combining 2D animation and 3D animation. It's either one or the other. Keep that in mind. Yeah, so these are very simple animations, man. I showed you a reel a couple of minutes ago. This was for the challenge, right? For the epic boss challenge. Yeah, we need to improve. Like, I know you use like a Mixamore rig for this one, probably. And then that one looks very, very stiff. So, still need to work a little bit there on the animation, my friend. So, Shuvam here. My best advice for you, my friend, is go and grab something that's a little bit more complex. This is a good start. I would be careful with the metal edge wear again, because it's a little bit everywhere. It might be part of the design, in which case it's fine. But if not, just like work with it a little bit more. And you might want to check the texturing course that I did, because you are exaggerating certain things on your texturing. For instance, on this one right here, the amount of like damage and grime that you added, it's a little bit too much, okay? A little bit too much. Arnulfo, what's up, my friend? Saludos, saludos. What do you think about animating on Unreal Engine? Perfectly valid. You can do it. No problem. It does have different tools. It usually is just in a different sort of like workflow than Maya or Blender, but it can be done. Cool. So, yeah, that's it, my friends. We did it. Yay. We did it. 4 hours. 4 hours and 36 minutes of stream. But we did it. We got through all of the portfolios today. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I'm a little bit tired, so I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'm gonna eat. Haven't eaten anything. and after that, I'll come back and record more stuff, because content never ends. But that's pretty much it, my friends. Thank you very much for being part of this. Thank you for being here through the whole stream, of course. And yeah, if you want to support us, as I've mentioned before, the best way to do it is like, share, subscribe here in ZBrush. We're about to get to our goal in YouTube. Here in ZBrush. Here in YouTube, sorry. We're about to get to the end goal, or not the end goal, one of our goals, which is 25k subs here in ZBrush. Again, I'm saying ZBrush. See, I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. I'm just losing it now. We're going to have our birthday stream, my birthday stream, next Friday, August 30. I'm going to be 32 years old. It's been quite a journey so far. We're going to have maybe some surprise or something. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I'm gonna get some rest, gonna get some lunch, and then come back to work. Thank you very much for being here. The stream will be available here on YouTube soon. I need to get some edits done and change a couple of things. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you everyone for being part of this amazing community. It's thanks to you that we can do this content. It's thanks to your support and to your continuous encouragement that we can produce all of this for you. So thank you again. Thank you to David, if he's around. Thank you for being part of the team as well, and for allowing us to continue to grow. So that's it, guys. Have a great weekend. I'll see you back on the next one. Bye-bye.